Hey everyone, it's me, Doomlink, and welcome back to Doomlink's Live Hunts. For those of you who were able to join me last night, and it was last night, usually I would say yesterday, but it was definitely last night because it was, I guess it began in the late afternoon, and went into the evening, there we go. And that is really not a typical time for me to go live, but I did record at that time yesterday. And it was good fun. Twitch says that my stream is unstable, which is actually not true. But it likes to tell me that anyway, because it's Twitch. Twitch barely works, as we know. YouTube barely works. What I'm actually going to have to do right now, while live, is go into YouTube and actually change the game that's being displayed in the video information as the game that I'm playing. Because for some reason, it thinks I'm playing Monster Hunter World. Now, I don't know if having the full title of the fucking game, Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, is insufficient for YouTube to be able to work out that I'm actually playing Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate as opposed to Monster Hunter World, but yeah, it's starting to look like that. So, let me try to get that working if I can. It's not as easy as it looks, I regret to say. Let me try to... yeah, come on, just... yeah. I can see that you're here, Vernon, which is good. But before I can read what you have to say, I have to try and find out where to edit this information while live. It's possible that I won't be able to edit this information while live, to be completely honest. I can't guarantee that I can. That's my controller going off there and causing the screen to go dark. Seriously, paid promotions, tags, subtitles and more is where I can select the game. That's just lovely, thank you for that. I mean, this makes sense, right? Like, if I have to do this while live every fucking time, I'm gonna lose my mind. Seriously. But it's important that I do this because I don't want people coming in here thinking that it's Monster Hunter World. Because what happens is they come here, hit dislike and leave. Now, I don't know if they think I'm intentionally setting it as Monster Hunter World just to trick people, but I suppose they would assume that, yeah. Well, I'm bloody well not. So, I mean, I don't want people from the world community finding that video. Why would I? I mean, it would be somewhat entertaining as a joke, perhaps, but it wouldn't be a good thing. Well, yes. Anyway. Hey guys, good to see you in the Twitch chat. Sorry, I had to do a little bit of work there. I'm a bit too orange now. I will mention that well, when I was setting up this recording, I was actually getting a little bit of natural light for the first time in ages, and then that stopped being a thing. So there you go. I'm currently a little bit orange, so... the reason why I'm too orange is because when you're lit by natural light, it becomes necessary to boost the white balance, or you know what I mean. Maybe you don't. You probably don't. This is one of those messy starts. Hurt your feelings? What have I done? Hello Forlorn, hello Arexian, hello Vern. So that should be a little better. I don't know. I made the mistake of thinking, oh, I've got natural light to work with today. It's already gone. If you know anything about, oh, you're a world scrub, well, I just mean, you know, normally I wouldn't want to invite, I wouldn't want to leave an open door to the world community. Occasionally you'll have people finding this as world players, but that's usually because they've gone out and looked for it. That's already filtered out most of the shit, right? If you're one of those people who's going out looking for it, then it means that you're probably much better off than most world players. Anyway, I don't really want to get into that discussion anyway. You know what I meant. I'm gonna have to keep a close eye on all this. It took a little bit of time for me to get this live stream up and running. I actually had to work on my audio a little bit. And all is well again. All is well with the world. But yeah. Yeah, Vernon will play with you. Believe me. Ooh. Gin plus, you know, mint? In other words, you know, I brushed my teeth about 15 minutes ago. Or 20 minutes ago. Not sure about that one. And of course you guys are like, why would you do that? Well, you have to try these things, don't you? Sometimes mint plus other things is a nice combination. I've found that if I brush my teeth and then drink brandy, it's usually pretty good. But I don't know about gin. I'm not too sure about that one. Okay. Don't worry. Oh, there's about the same number of people playing now as there were last night, which is a bit... Well, I suppose it makes sense, because I guess the Europeans have gone to sleep. Horn Diable. I feel that Bloss is the accepted shortening, but maybe not. Oh, Abyss will help. That's annoying, because I need Abyssal as well. One of the few things I need at the moment is actually, oh look. It's the two that I was hunting with yesterday. And they've made different runes. G-turns, he's looking for experts apparently. More like looking for people who want someone to cheat for them. Because, I can't speak for LMP, I don't think he's cheating. He might be, because he's playing with them, but... I mean, you never know. Just because you're not guilty by association, or at least I don't think you should be, but... Anyway. Yeah, just keeping an eye on the webcam view. I probably won't be live for too long today. Maybe 2.5 hours, something like that. We'll see what happens. I really wanted to join that Abyssal room, but I can't. It's not like I saw it before, it's just once I saw it I was thinking, shit, I'd love to be in there, but... Oh well. Let's join G hunting with Diaza. I'd rather join that, to be honest. Just, you know, fixing my hair a little bit. I don't even think that's better. I hate it when my hair is brushed. You know, washed my hair, blow dried it this morning. Generally, I don't like doing that. You know, bed hair actually does wonders for my hair. Yeah, so there was no bed hair to speak of today, because I washed it, blow dried it, and then brushed it. And I hate it, it's like this straight thing sitting on my head. It's stupid, I don't like it, I'm not a fan. Anyway. P3 is you, Crow, yeah, here we go again. People not knowing what player 3 means. Anyway. Or player anything. Thanks, says Stormcrow. A Tolkien reference, I would assume. Oh, please, get off my screen, HP support assistant, go away. Just fuck off. I mean, if you're gonna... If you're going to appear on my screen and then stop responding, that's going to cause problems because I can't get rid of you if you do that. That's like the ultimate troll move. I'm going to put myself on the screen and then stop responding so he can't get rid of it. What a fucking piece of shit. Alright, so we've got Gold Raytheon and... Sounds like Windows. Well, it's my laptop, it's broken. I've got a terrible laptop. I didn't always have a terrible laptop, but when my old one blew up, I got a new one, but second-hand, and it's barely functional. I just needed something to read chats. That's really all I needed it for, and it does that, but barely. Let's go Elemental Gun again. This is my Dragon Gun set, but I think it's going to become my Elemental Lightbow gun set. That's my belief anyway. Alright. So, I was going to say something. Yeah, last night I worked on my towards the end of the live stream, I worked on that longsword that I had equipped there. It was my steel Urugan longsword. Managed to craft it. Oh, fuck. Look at this guy. He just stole my fucking seat. You fucking impressed with yourself, mate? Anyway, what a fucking asshole. I mean, you know, that's a... Fights have started in bars over less than that. That guy's gonna get a fucking pounding. I mean, that... Like, I'm in the process of sitting down and he goes in front of me, slides down, sits on the seat. What a dick. Of course, it only looks like that because it wouldn't have looked like that on his screen. It's just there's a connection difference there, and he ended up getting the spot, which is fine. What am I doing with myself? I probably don't need combination materials, but as long as I have 60 thunder, we'll be alright. Let's go and get that. Sorry for taking so long. I'm sorry. Okay, let's get out of here. Alright. I don't know why, but the taste of gin is reminding me of Majora's Mask or something. I guess the last time I was drinking gin on camera, it must have been during a Majora's Mask recording. Not literally, because I was drinking gin yesterday, but I don't know, I'm being reminded of Majora's Mask for some reason. I'm similarly reminded of Wind Waker when I drink blonde ales. I don't know why. It's kind of funny. It's just an association. Oh, that's right, I don't have my YouTube chat up. I'm sorry if anyone on YouTube is talking to me. I had a bit of a problem. Hello, Trues, I'll call you Trues. I don't know why you're just saying nice. That seems like a strange thing to just say out of nowhere. Again, reactions are never good in that way because I often don't know what they refer to, especially on YouTube where there is a delay. But whatever. That was a triple reposition there on the part of Raytheon. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, I think, raise the... Oh, fucking hell. This is what happens when you're distracted. After this hunt, I'm actually going to raise the brightness of my room a little bit. Because I regret to say that I have lost all natural light that I thought that I would actually have for a change for this recording. And you know what, it's fine, because at least when I don't have natural light and it stays that way, it's consistent. That's one good thing. Oh, shit. Vernon, I'm really sorry. I'm just out of sorts at the moment. I'd completely forgotten that we were gonna hunt. I'm sorry, I don't mean to ignore you. I will go and hunt with you after this. You're right in that there was no room for you, and I was just, you know... The whole start of this recording has been confusion. Just pure confusion, because, you know, I had YouTube to deal with, I had loss of light, and all sorts of weird things like that, so... I'll be with you shortly. Hopefully this quest doesn't take too long. I was tempted to abandon this quest, to be completely honest, so that I could go and join you, but I don't want to inconvenience these guys that much, so... We'll hopefully get this done nice and quickly. Alrighty. Down he goes. Sorry, Stormcrow, shit. It's kind of unfortunate when someone ends up in the line of fire of my rapid fire because they just get stuck in a stun lock, yeah. Get that wing. No. Not good. When she turns 3 times, that's actually kind of difficult to deal with. If it's twice, it's not too bad. But 3 times is a bit rough, I'm not sure about that. Oh, that's a shame. Just lost an opportunity for well, you know, got the knockdown and then that went straight into a flash. Which is unfortunate. I guess it can't be helped, can it? Just is what it is. Maybe I should get peak performance active. Let's do that. And we'll reload. Why do you flash bomb when we've got a fucking trap and bombs? Just get the fuck over here. You shouldn't need to be pinged, just pay attention to the fucking hunt. Please. You've got to be joking. How did I miss the bombs? Oh well. So when you do have peak performance, you really should just come out of your way to get yourself in peak performance mode. In other words, having it in effect, because it is useful to have. And it ends up being a waste of a skill if you don't keep yourself at full health. Again, I would never recommend peak performance with a Blade Master set because it's very easy to just lose tiny amounts of health as a Blade Master, just by having the monster turn around, for example, and knock you on your hands and knees, things like that. But, in the case of gunning, because you're fairly distant from the monster, you don't really have to worry about being hit by, I guess you would say, flinching attacks, things like that, just little insignificant things that wouldn't really affect your hunt otherwise, but if you are reliant on peak performance, yes, it is obviously significant. There we go. So I'm actually going to just slightly, well, I will carve. I probably should do that. Which room did you end up I can't speak. Which room did you end up joining, Vernon? So I will come and join you. One thing to take note of is that you can't actually see all the people in a room in this game. You can only see the host. You can see the host and whether or not they are on a quest. Provided they haven't hit the gong. If they've hit the gong, then it just says seeking companions or seeking hunters or something like that. At which point you can't actually see whether or not they're on a quest. It's really dumb. I don't understand what hitting the gong even does, to be completely honest. But anyway. Should be good. That's almost too bright, isn't it? Oh well. Let's not have that. Just pulled it back a little bit again. Barely any difference, you say. Well, whatever. You're in a quest? Well. Hey, Takashi. Takashi, are you the one... This is a strange question. But, are you the one in-game? Like, are you playing this game? Like, there's a person playing 3 Ultimate with your name, and this may have been obvious from the start that it was you, but is it you? Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. Your friend has your Wii U. So it's your friend playing? Well, hold on. Let me show you. Oh, Takeshi, not Takashi. Okay, we're under control. Because this guy's a fucking cheater, okay? This guy's a fucking cheater. So, I thought this might have been you, but you're not. Oh, you've got a group together. Well, there you go. G8+. It's good that you got a group together fairly easily. Anyway. That's good to know. Oh, you ended up 2-manning. Jeez, Vernon, well I hope you didn't get all upset, because I forgot about you. Because I did, I well and truly, like, I was a bit out of sorts. I was very distracted there, so... Damn. Well... Looks like we've got 2 people just sitting here waiting. Rightio. Well, yeah, I mean, these people that are cheating, they're not actually terrible at the game. They didn't just come in here and really, just allow the exploits and the cheats to carry them through without learning anything themselves. They seem to know how to play the game, but I don't know. They're making it harder for other people to play because what they're doing is handing out account items and supply items, particularly supply items, to people who probably don't know what they're doing and may need some time to learn how to play the game well. It's pretty awful. I don't have any respect for those people. It's one thing to cheat for yourself, but it's another to let that affect the people you're playing with. I think that's really, really quite nasty. Because what happens is you can have 1 or 2 cheaters, but then their influence spreads out through the community, and all of a sudden you've got people walking around with status knives. And it's not really okay. It's a shame. Well, I don't know what hunt you're doing, Vernon, but I hope it's not going to take too much longer for that. Oh well. Let me put this stuff away. Fix my old inventory. And then sit back and relax, I guess. What do we need to make now? Actually, that's one thing that I was going to check. Can I really not make this switch axe? The switch axe that I wanted to make? Alright, cool. Should be done soon, says Vernon. Yeah, so there's a switch axe. It's called the Dragon's Roar. And I think I'd like that. I've always wanted it, because it looks really cool. Hey, Spaceman. Yeah, I've always wanted it because it's a very cool weapon design. I don't know if it's that great of a weapon, stats-wise. But it's actually acquired from doing the hard-hitting lineup event quest. It's this one here. Not too difficult at all. I mean, even assuming 2 spawn at the same time, that's not really difficult to manage. You wouldn't want to do it 2 at the same time, though. You would want to actually use a smoke bomb, because having a Diablos in the room along with another monster is really quite nasty. So you would really want to take them out one at a time. But we could do that whenever we have the opportunity. But I'd very much like that switch axe, just to at the very least use it from time to time, just to enjoy its weapon design. There aren't too many weapons that I use purely because I love the design, but that would be one of them. It's a very cool weapon. Anyway, I kind of put everything ended up going to a grinding halt there. Sort of sitting around now. Let's go check what we've got here. Can top up my psycho serums without digging into whatever I have in my box. And yeah, that's about all that there is of interest. Now, one good thing about this game is that you can actually buy ice crystals. And ice crystals are required for combining for ice shots, obviously. Freeze S. And the problem with that in other games is that you actually have to go and mine them. So, combining for ice shots in some games, pretty awful. But in this game you can just have as many combination materials as you need for Freeze S, which is a bloody good thing. Bloody good thing. Alrighty. So, really, one thing that I need to make now is the Gaia Horizon, just because I'm only 3 pure crystals away from actually making it. But I would have to go to a tundra area to mine that. It was really stupid because I was fighting a Stygian Zenogre in the tundra. I think last recording even, and I forgot to go and mine, because I didn't realize that I had to gather pure crystals for that weapon. I'd completely forgotten. That's why it's important when you do need stuff to keep it in mind. Don't just look at it and then forget, because then it's pointless, because sometimes the opportunity will present itself while you're playing to actually get what you need, but if it's not in mind, you don't think to get it. And that would be an excellent example of that. The fact that I was in the tundra, in G rank, and didn't think to mine for pure crystals. Have I eaten? I don't think I have, no. I'm just thinking what gun sets I could possibly make. Because I'm going to replace my... Oh, that's what I was going to do. That's exactly what I was going to do. I was going to do a heavy elemental set with the Elatrion heavy bowgun. That's a great idea. And I would have that replace my current Elatrion light bowgun set. Except in this case, saying Elatrion light bowgun actually is referring to the armor set as opposed to the gun. Submarine Struggle, Water Arena. Okay, I haven't done an underwater arena quest in a long time. Good job on remembering to eat. Oh dear. Yeah, I'm actually... There was only a short period of time where I was just forgetting. And I think I'm past that now, because my subconscious has actually just really pushed itself into action. It's like... In other words, these thoughts do come to mind. My subconscious is like, eh, what are you forgetting? And then my conscious is like, what am I forgetting? Oh, that's right. I need to eat. So, yeah, I'm pretty good at remembering it these days. Anyway. If we're gonna go underwater, I suppose I'll go Lance. I'll go Fire, because Fire is good against Ludroth and Plesioth, whereas I don't think Thunder's all that good for Ludroth. It's probably secondary, but I don't think it's very good for him. Let's go with a Fire. Lance. We will go with Soul Prominence. Well, that's good to know though. I just, yeah, for some reason I totally forgot. Part of the issue was that I just didn't read what you were saying in the chat. That would have been enough to remind me of whatever the hell we were gonna do. Anyway. But if I just know that I'd never ignore you. If it seems that I am, it's because I'm totally distracted by something. And today it was, yeah, YouTube being fucking annoying. And lighting conditions changing. When they really shouldn't be. I don't know if you guys know what's happening in my state in Australia at the moment, but we are having some very heavy rains. It's been raining for about 4 days straight, as in, like, it hasn't been stopping at all. And, yeah, it's rough. It's really rough. And places in my state are flooding. People are evacuating, and yeah. I don't have to worry about it because I'm sort of on a downhill slope. Water will never pool where I am. But, yeah. Difficult for lots of people, particularly out west. And people who live next to rivers and lakes, oh, they're having a bad time right now. Which makes me wonder, I wonder how... Oops, pressing the wrong button to charge. It makes me wonder how high my local lagoons and lakes are. I should check them out. Oh yes, the continent was indeed on fire. Between, well, that was interesting because the fires started... Fucking hell, Lucina, how can you possibly flinch me so much with a lance? Yeah, that started October 2019, around that time. And then the rest of the world began to realize that around January of 2020. And it continued until maybe late January, something like that. It's pretty intense though. Basically unprecedented. And we have some serious fire conditions out there in the Australian landscape, but really, that was quite extreme. Quite extreme. I don't know why anyone would live in California. I mean, why would anyone? You've got fires to deal with on a regular basis, and then you've got the never-ending danger of seismic activity. I mean, why the fuck would you? I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's like people who live in Tornado Alley. Like, why would you? Anyway. Why is it impossible to get out once you're there? I mean, I understand if you grew up there. I don't necessarily mean you specifically, like you personally have made a foolish decision to stay in California. I just mean like more like your parents, or because usually you don't move too far from your parents. Some people do, but anyway. Well, no. If people felt threatened by earthquakes in California, people wouldn't be living there. What I mean is, it's kind of something everyone knows about. And it's something people just put into the back of their mind until one day everything just goes to shit. Because everyone says that it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So, I mean, it's everyone just shelving that and hoping that nothing ever happens to them. It's like, well... That's all well and good until it does. So... yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not necessarily blaming you personally. I understand it's not easy to move. It's never easy to move. I'm wondering why people ever went there in the first place. This is not, like, recent information. You think wildfires in California are new? You think the like impending seismic chaos is a new revelation? Neither of them are recent, as far as being collective knowledge. Yet people have moved there for decades. It's bizarre to me. But I'm sure they weighed up their options. Oh dear, I'm healing while I should be attacking during a paralysis. It almost look. What is that water effect? Is that him breathing into the water? What is causing that almost bubbly, misty effect when he's paralyzed? It's really weird. It almost looked like he was charging up for a water beam or something. That was a bit concerning. Oh dear. Oh yeah, Japan is, they're always getting hit. It is what it is. I do plan to, you know, that's probably a good point. I mean, I do plan to move to Japan in the future once I, you know, am able to do it comfortably. I don't intend to go over there with no money. If I intended to go over there with no money, I'd be moving there today. But, yeah, I suppose it's a little bit hypocritical because I'm willing to go over there and expose myself to the danger of earthquakes. Which is definitely a thing over there. It's not minor. It's not minor at all. It's one of the most earthquake-prone places on the planet. And I want to go over there and live there, so... yeah. I suppose you weigh up the risks, don't you? But the difference with California is that it's not just earthquakes, it's probably much more so than earthquakes, because it doesn't happen often there, is wildfires. And while I do live in Australia, I've never been threatened by fires because I don't live in that sort of area. I've always lived very close to the sea. And yeah, just not in the middle of the fucking bush. But you know, some people in Australia will just, much like people in Tornado Alley, have their house burned down every few years and then just fucking rebuild and stay there. I'm thinking, well, why? I'm sure the cost of rebuilding is not minor. So use some of that money to try to relocate. People will always have excuses. I mean, the one that really gets me is, this is my home. It's like, well, is it? It's not as, it's more so for Tornado Alley, where like, every year, their house is like in the path of a fucking tornado, like EF4 or above, and I'm thinking, why? It's like, yeah, you can save yourself, but... And I suppose it's a good thing to not be attached to physical possessions, which I suppose you would have to not be if you were willing to live in Tornado Alley, but shit. That's confusing to me. Well, that's very true, Takashi. That is a good point. But, I think with California, one good thing about it is that you don't have, like, constant earthquakes, but I think there's supposed to be a really, really cataclysmic event in terms of seismic activity there, and it's just a matter of when, so... Well, I mean, tsunamis in Japan is just part of the earthquake thing. I mean, obviously if there are earthquakes, there are tsunamis. Those two things go hand in hand. The point is that you don't have to be somewhere in Japan where a tsunami is going to threaten you. It doesn't matter, or rather, you can always be affected by an earthquake over there, but tsunami, you can put yourself somewhere where you're not going to be affected, you know, somewhere further inland or at high ground. If you're at high ground, you're fine. You know, yes, these tsunamis get very, very high in certain situations, but high ground is high ground. You know, unless it's going 30 meters up, you'll be fine. So I'm gonna go fire, but I think we'll go dual blades. Awaken fire dual blades. Because I haven't really used these too much yet. I think I used them once, maybe. I hope I used them once. I have a feeling that I did. Where are they? Shit. Here we go. Raiders Savagery. I didn't even identify the name of the weapon to be the weapon that I was looking for. Well, back in the 90s, there was a lot of fear about the big one coming in California because, obviously, you had a lot of seismic activity at the time. Not in California, but around the world. There was a big, there was, like around 96, there was a big spike of seismic activity. I think 95 as well. Just around the world, and of course, Japan was getting fucked as well. But they've always been getting fucked, admittedly. And then you also had the fact that there was a lot of doomsday stuff going on for the millennium and all of that. So everyone was expecting California to go under, but it didn't. It's still kicking around. It's 2021. But, yeah. There was a bit of fear. So my thinking is that it's in the period where people start to forget about it and stop caring that shit goes down. When people are afraid of it, generally it doesn't happen. But once everyone forgets about it and they become complacent, then it's like, well, time to go under. Good night. That's what I find. Well, the further away from it you are, the better it will be for you. So, now that we are in the tundra... Oh yes, I feel like a real fucking idiot. I mean, that gives you an idea of just how fucking stupid I am. I don't even think I had Explorer. Hold on. I didn't even have Explorer, I ended up in the secret area. I need pure crystals, I jump off the fucking secret area without even mining or gathering or anything. I mean, that's called being totally absent-minded. That's fucking annoying. That's really, really annoying. I am going to mine, it's important that I do that. I'm not going to bother mining the red nodes. I don't think you can even get pure crystals from the red nodes. So I'm going to make my way over here. Looks like Lucina... Oh no, Lucina is fighting one of the... Wait, it's one of the monsters again? I don't think you can even tell from the quest info here. What is it again? It's Great Baggy and what else? Are they Lagombi? Maybe. Anyway, here's hoping that I can get some pure crystals. Fuck off, go away. I can deal with you without... Well, it'd be easy if I could attack on target, whatever, I don't care about you. I've had my fun. I've had my fun. Oh, I'm really annoyed about that. I'd have the pure crystals that I needed by now, most likely, had I actually engaged my fucking brain. But I did not do that. Certainly did not do that. Like, just as I was talking about it before, you know, I was saying you have to keep that shit in mind, otherwise the opportunity will present itself for you to acquire what you need, and then you won't actually take that opportunity because it won't be in mind. And then after I fucking tell you that happens. The opportunity presents itself, and I fucking stop doing that. Oh, that makes me so angry. Anyway. I can probably take an earth crystal. Don't need lazurite jewels, I've got a fair number of those. I don't want earth crystals from that. I want fucking pure crystals, man. Well, whatever. It's my fault in the end. Maybe you can get pure crystals from the red nodes, but I don't want to bother. I'm too annoyed. And I also want to assist where I can. Oh, I helped. Somewhat. Somewhat. So I think it's 2 Lagombi that we need to kill. And I don't know if they're in the area at the same time. I think they aren't, although they might be. Probably not. No, of course, just as I would get here, the monsters moved. Seems about right. I'm really frustrated about those fucking... Oh. What is it, Lagombi and 2 Great Baggy? Something like that. It's starting to look like that. Oh, look at this. It's not every day you get to pitfall trap a Great Baggy. Well, that was a bit overkill, wasn't it? Oh, that's right, Mega Potions. You know, I must be totally mentally vacant today. I must be, because I didn't even keep in mind the fact that I was getting Mega Potions from calves, so whatever. It's one of those days, you know. It's one of those days. I don't know exactly where Lagombi starts, but hopefully we're not too far. I have a feeling he would start here. Looks like Lucina needs a hot drink. Well, I'll give you a hand. You're gonna sit there shivering and think I'm not gonna help you out? It's Brachydios. Am I actually that fucking stupid? Am I actually that fucking stupid? Oh! It's one of those days, ladies and gentlemen. Here I am fighting a fucking Brachydios with fire dual blades. It's one of those days. I don't know why. I thought it was double Lagombi and... I don't know what I'm fucking doing, man. And as usual, if I bring the totally inappropriate weapon, I'm never told otherwise. I'm just like, oh... Yeah, you can use fire dual blades on a fucking Brachydios, why not? Are you watching the Monster Hunter movie? Yeah, fucking feels like it, doesn't it? Unbelievable. Fire dual blades on a fucking Brachydios. Unfucking believable. I didn't even get anything out of this. I didn't even get the fucking pure crystals. Because I'm stupid. Oh my fucking god, man. It's one of those days. Sometimes you just get out of bed and you're a fucking fool. A fucking fool. Anyway. Unbelievable. Can't believe it. There is nothing more repulsive to me than using fire dual blades against a fucking Brachydios. Like, just fire dual blades against... Fire anything against something that is taking 0 damage from fire. At least this is a weapon that deals decent raw damage. Because this is awakened fire, admittedly. But, you know, it's still a fucking waste, and I feel like a complete doofus standing here fighting a fucking Brachydios with fire weapons. Not a single person in this room is like, why would you use a fire weapon? I must have... You know what probably happened? I saw the quest once, and then by the time I went to go and change weapons, I'd actually forgotten what the quest was, and then I used my memory, and then by the time I remembered it, I was remembering it wrong. I thought it was like double Lagombi with a... I don't know. Fucking hell, you know what I mean. Double Lagombi and a baggy, or some shit. Oh my god. What a stupid hunt. It's a royal fucking mess is what this is. Yeah, go hit me. Go fuck yourself. Unbelievable. I was hoping that we'd be able to get a paralysis in the pitfall there. I'm glad that I gave Lucina 2 hot drinks because she immediately died after the monster spawned practically, so that means she obviously needed that second one. Okay, let's go and sharpen up. Well, thank God the quest is nearly done. And someone will say, oh, you're so dramatic, Doomlink. Imagine complaining so much. I mean, why would I not? I'm using fucking fire dual blades on a Brachydios. It's awful. It feels awful. Well, that was good fun, wasn't it? Great fun. Anyway. Go and get myself some mega potions. What a stupid turn of events. Really, really stupid. Whatever. It's one of those days. Well, got fuck all out of that. What's next on the horizon? God knows. So, as far as the weapons that I need to make at this point... Oh, that's right. I really should probably devise an armor set for elemental heavy bowgun with a shield. That would be really good. Because I have the bowgun that I need, and I may very well have the armor pieces that I need. We'll find out, but... I'd say there's a good chance that we'll very nearly have what we need. Alright. Oh, yeah. Angel Gaming 2.0. Are you like software that can be updated? My Angel Gaming's out of date. Have you downloaded the latest patch for Angel Gaming? Alright, I'm gonna see how to make this app. What skills would I like? I guess Guard Boost would be a good idea. Does Guard Boost work with a bowgun shield? Probably. It would make sense, wouldn't it? I probably won't take the time to build that now. That'll take too much goddamn time. Fang, you're dead. Okay. This looks like tremendous fun. I guess I'll have to go raw with this. What would I like to bring? I guess Sarah Symmetry, let's do it. That sounds like a good plan. Okay. I can actually be effective for this hunt. Hallelujah. Don't feel like a fucking fool. Okay. So I will bring smoke bombs for this hunt. Because that would be the smart way to do this. Wouldn't want to do it any other way. Well, really, the only other option would be to do both at the same time. You either do them one at a time or both at the same time. Like, what would your other options be? Hunt neither of them? Sell the game? Playing Morrowind, are you? Well, sounds good, eh, gaming? Ugh. Nothing wrong with a bit of Morrowind. Bring some smoke bombs, there we go, let's get out of here. Why does my eye hurt? Got an itchy eye and it hurts. Ugh. You and what? What is it, Outlander? Speak quickly. I should do a special build of Morrowind where I voice all the characters. Something like that. Alright. Leave the smoking to me, boys. Or so I say. Alright. What the fuck was that? That was the most pathetic flash bomb I've ever seen. So I'll just be very careful here. I'll drop another one just in a second. Probably now. Then I'll just really get in there and try to contribute. That's very good, that's very good. Of course, using critical draw here would be great, but got time for another charge here. You are given some time to see the smoke begin to clear before you need to place it down again, but I'm just going to play it nice and careful. Oh, fuck off, Chinox. You should not be doing the upswing in your combo. And had you not done that, I wouldn't have been thrown away from the monster. Obviously. Don't fucking do that shit. Anyway. See, the smoke was beginning to clear there. Are you playing Morrowind or World? How can you be playing Morrowind while simultaneously attempting a speedrun of World? How does that happen? Not today. Well. That would mean you're planning on doing a speedrun of World. If you're attempting, that's present tense, if you know what I mean. God. I was hoping to have this done by now. I've only gone through half of my smoke bombs, so should be alright, but imagine how horrendous this would be if we didn't have smoke bombs, right? Oh god, this fucking Chinox guy is just standing there, he's fucking relaxing. I mean, there's a point where you just have to fight the monsters, seriously. What is my controller doing? It's out of batteries, shit. Fucking stop. This has been the best recording of my life. Okay. Let's go replace the batteries. Whoever's idea it was to have batteries for controllers. Idiot. Idiot. That was fucking fun. Xbox 360 was particularly horrendous because you literally had another console in the same fucking era, not needing batteries for the fucking controller. So that was pretty funny. Fucking garbage, man. I'm glad that we didn't have a, whatever it's called. Well, glad we didn't have the flash bomb fuck with our knockdown. Moving my keyboard. Okay. But yeah, when you haven't needed batteries for a controller in a long time, like me, and you go back to that shit, you start to really see how quickly batteries are drained from a controller. Doesn't take much time at all. It's very annoying. Yeah, what's people's opinion on the haptic feedback? I mean, how's that? Is it gimmicky? Is it good? Like, what is that? All I can say is that it would probably make the controller way too pricey. It's great. Okay. But is it gimmicky? Like, do you need it? Is it really enhancing the way you play your games, or is it something that doesn't need to be there? I do wonder these things. I'm out of purple sharpness, sadly, but hopefully he'll be dead fairly soon, so it won't matter too much. That would have dealt damage, although it probably doesn't look like it would have. It's good for immersion, but awful for competitive gameplay. Well, is there something you can turn off? I was assuming that you'd be able to. I think that would be pretty horrendous if you couldn't turn it off, but I'm assuming you can. You can usually turn the rumble off any controller. I actually generally prefer not to play with rumble, although apparently haptic feedback is just on another level from rumble, so... What is with this Chinox guy? You are a fucking dork, do you know that? You're the biggest dork. You put the fucking trap so far away from the monster, then you just stand there, you're like, I'm not doing any damage. It's like, well, that's fine. But put the trap a little closer so that we don't have to bring the monster so far. It's just like, seriously. So haptic feedback makes it so that it's harder to pull R2, L2. What do you mean L2? Or, what is that? Oh, you mean... what? Anyway. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know who would be buying a PS5 right now. I think you'd have to be pretty hardcore on the console gamer wagon to be buying a PS5 right now, but if you've got the money, I guess I can't stop you. He's hoping for a Stygian Skymerald. I'd be pretty happy if I could get one of those. I'm assuming this is pretty good drop chance for quest reward. We'll see what happens. Didn't get fuck all there. But again, I'd say there's probably a good chance, it's just I missed my chance. You got one from a scalper? Why would you do that? Were you that desperate? Fucking hell, man. What did you play it for? Demon Souls? I wouldn't say that's worth it. If you have to buy it from a scalper, it's not fucking worth it, man. As soon as people, Oh, I did carve a Skymerald. I was wondering if I had carved a Skymerald because I was thinking that I may have gotten one because I didn't actually look at what I was carving, but there you go, I did get one, that's good to see. But yeah, I should probably try to work on that lance now. It's not really a high priority because I still don't have that set organized, but whatever. Oh, well, $600 isn't all that much. Well, never mind then. Okay, I thought it was going to be something super overpriced. $600 US is about what I would have to pay for it, just in my country, normally. Okay, what? What do you mean it was the digital version? You mean the game was the digital version? The way you phrased it, it's like, the PS5 is the digital version. I've got the PS5 downloaded on my PC. I have it as an emulator. It's early access. That's correct. So this is the one without the disk drive. Excuse me, yeah. Forgot about that. That goes to show, I mean, that should give you a pretty good idea as to how clueless I am about all that. I forgot. I do recall that there was one where... I mean, is it called the digital version? I guess it is. It sounds strange to call it the digital version, but... yeah, that is true. It's the one without the disk drive. I do recall that. Fuck, what's the next quest again? It's 2 Kurapekos, so I can go ice. What's a fun ice weapon that I have? Ice weapons. Let's have a look. Let's actually go Greatsword again. I'll use the Devastator Blade. Wherever that may be. Here it is. What am I doing? I do need to change armor sets for this, you know. Thanks, Doomlink. Okay, Devastator Blade, thank you very much. Don't think those 2 slots are going to help me out in any way, are they? No, they're not. Good to know. Just wanted to check. Yeah, I did hear that there's a lot of enjoyment to be had as a long-time Souls player invading people in Demon Souls, because a good percentage of the people playing Demon Souls were just, you know, barely able to play the game, so it's pretty cool. I don't want to be that guy who uses the voucher after everyone's eaten, but I didn't have any fresh ingredients for my usual food combination, so forgive me. I've got Lucky Cat out of that, and I think I'm ready to go. Yep, looking good. Stop talking to Char-Char, or is that Kayamba? That's fucking Kayamba. You can tell that it's Kayamba because he's got the skirt. Well, thank you, Vernon. I thank you for that. But yeah, I will actually check to see. We should do hard-hitting lineup as well. We should do that after this, but I also would like to see... I'm going to check this right now. In fact, I might use my laptop to search. No, I won't use my laptop, I'll use my PC. It'll be faster. You can depart on request, that's fine. Just going to see if... I'm pretty sure it does, but someone will have asked this question on GameFAQs or something. Does Guard Up affect heavy bowgun shields? I'm going to go 3 ultimate. HBG shield with Guard Up, Monster Hunter 3 ultimate. Guard Up doesn't work with heavy bowgun shields. What is this quest? Did I need smoke bombs again? Oh shit fuck. What is this? Oh, okay, well that's not too bad. We can fight 2 Kurapekos simultaneously, that's not like terrible. Okay, that's good to know. That's really important because that would be a waste of a skill on an armor set, so we do not want that. No guard skills. It's very good to know. What the fuck? What was the... Oh, that song can actually put you to sleep. I'd completely forgotten about that. I was thinking, why the fuck was I put asleep? That's awful. Speaking of sleeping, it seems that song put Kurapeko to sleep. I guess? Look at that! Kurapeko was just pushed by Crimson. That's really funny. Yeah, good night indeed. That was really funny. Well, I think Crimson Kurapeko is resistant to flash because he actually flashes himself. Unfortunately, Kurapeko is not the best monster to fight with the greatsword. It's a bit easier when you've only got one to deal with. But you're gonna put me to sleep again. Okay, well that ended up healing both regular Kurapeko and Crimson, which is pretty bad. Isn't it funny to think that there are only 2 monsters whose subspecies are... well, whose subspecies use the word Crimson, and that's Fatalis and Kurapeko. Kurapeko is the Fatalis of 3rd gen, apparently. That's a defense up song. I managed to get the effects of that, which is good. Right on the face. Hope you enjoyed that, Crimson. This should be a pretty quick hunt, honestly. Well... oh dear. Looks like regular Kurapeko is paralyzed, or was, I suppose, by this point. I do love this weapon though, or rather I love that you can really give these weapons a second life, because a raw weapon has no use, or a raw, let's say a raw greatsword doesn't have a use in a game with serosymmetry, like it just doesn't. There's no point using a significantly weaker raw greatsword, but if you in fact have Awaken, it really gives it a new life as a weapon, and it's very good. It's very good. I love it. Awaken, in other words, latent element and status, was one of the best decisions that Capcom ever made. But they just haven't really been bringing it back. I don't know why. I don't know why they haven't kept it a consistent part of the series. It's a real shame. Oh, shit. I'm having a hard time getting consistent level 3s off here. I don't think Crimson's too far away. I don't think he's going to last much longer at all. Well, that was a capture for regular Kurapeko. That's cool. Lucina had better not try for a capture. You never capture 2 monsters in this game. That's a terrible idea. There we go. That was a good hunt. And yeah, it would have been a little bit overkill to use smoke bombs there. most assuredly. I mean, it was still a little annoying, but maybe not for that reason. Probably because I was just great sorting a Kurapeko. That was probably the annoying part. Okay, so that's good. I now know what skills I need for this set. I'm going to use... Well, no, I don't necessarily now know the skills, but I know not to use guard skills anyway. This will be using crouch fire, so I won't get load up or anything like that. Do I want critical skills? Let's try critical line +3. Elemental attack up, of course. And then what else? I think Challenger +2 would be nice to have, or maybe, no, we don't want peak performance with that, so that would be a bad idea. Because I am going to be reliant on a shield there. Don't want to take those slog bones, that's a bad idea. We'll do hard-hitting lineup for the next quest, Vernon. You can post it or I can post it, but... as far as what I'll use for the quest, I think I might use... Oh, have you already posted it? Perhaps not. Oh, you've... Okay. But yeah, hard-hitting lineup would be good fun, because again, and you'll get some use out of this too, Vernon, because we'll be able to make a really cool switch axe out of this. I don't know if you're much of a switch axe guy, but that quest is good fun. Hard-hitting lineup is in event quests. It'll be the 3rd or 4th event quest. So, let me just work out what I'd like to use. Let's use Bushido. Good idea. And, well, maybe not. No, I'm not going to contribute to the slime. Oh, Lucina left. Didn't want to do it. Sick of event quests, clearly. Or rather, arena quests is what I meant to say. Okay, so... Oh, so do I. A-Gaming, I'd love that. Not so much Monster Hunter 2, because I wouldn't want to play in Japanese, but... Well, maybe I'd be better off playing in Japanese now than I used to be. But I'm quite sure they don't allow for furigana in the Monster Hunter games. They expect that you're not going to be, I don't know, an 8-year-old playing Monster Hunter. Because by the time you're about 10 years old, there's no real reason to have furigana. In Japan, that is. If the Monster Hunter 1 servers were up, that would be... Wow. What a great thing. Yeah, the Monster Hunter 1 servers went down in 2008. I don't know about Monster Hunter 2. Probably would have been around the same time. Or around 2010. I think the Monster Hunter G servers, on the Wii version anyway, closed in like 2011, 2012, something like that. They were up for a while. Kind of wish I'd gone and played that, but... Got Exchanger. You'll get a lot of HRP from this quest. I'd say with Exchanger you'll get between 3,500 and 4,000 from this quest. You'll get a lot. So, you should get to 40. Oh my god, you hate Switch Axe and you refuse to use it. Well, that's a shame. What the fuck should I use for this? Is there an element that they're all weak to? I guess ice. Because it's Diablos and Uragan and their subspecies. They're all somewhat weak to ice, so I think I'll just bring an ice weapon. Let's do that. What would be a good ice weapon to use? Do I have Awaken Ice Dual Blades? I do. I do. Typhoon. Let's use it. Awesome. Although it's not that great, is it? Is this better than the Raiders Ice Carvers? It seems kind of close. Chinox is going Hunting Horn. Okay, I hope that's attack up large. Let's compare. So we've got 350, 250, wide sharpness. 320, 220. Huh. But I'm guessing it only has a little bit of purple, but it does have affinity. I mean, Typhoon. Oh, that's a perfect equivalent, you know. That sharpness plus affinity makes these almost equivalent. Raider's Ice Carvers could even be slightly better, but that only depends on how you sharpen up. Oh, this is a hard decision. I guess we'll go with Raider's Ice Carvers because I do want the best damage that I can get for this quest while wanting to do dual blades with ice element. Let's do that. Raider's Ice Carvers it is. Charge Blade I was still kind of unexcited about during 4 and 4 Ultimate. So you played 4. I didn't play 4 because it was Japanese only. I didn't want to force myself to play it. I had a fuck off, Chinook, you dick! You fucking dick. I was just getting ready for the fucking hunt. There's nothing wrong with waiting for a 4th. Go fuck yourself, you stupid bastard. Sorry, I just had to get that out. But, yeah, what we're going to do, Vernon, is I'm going to check to see if there's another room. Just stay in here. If there's another room, then we'll join on that. Because, you know, sometimes there can be a single person sitting in a room. Jumanji. Or Jumanji, okay. Boost whatever. What's that supposed to mean? Okay. I don't think I want to join on that guy. What I'll do, Vernon, is I'll actually make a new room. It'll be G8 plus again. It's just I want to compete with that LMP guy, and my huntering would have more of a chance of doing that. So I've just made a new room for G8 plus. You own a Japanese 3DS and still own 4 with your save file. I remember when 4 came out, I kind of got distracted there, but when 4 came out, I had a feeling that it would come to the West. I really didn't think that it was going to be Japanese only, so I just held off. I didn't touch it. And just waited. And as well as that, I was sort of having a falling out with the series at the time as well. But when 4 Ultimate came out, I wasn't immediately ready to get it because I didn't want to play Monster Hunter on a 3DS. I was actually so averse to the idea of it that I just didn't do it. But eventually I decided I'll do it. Let's just give it a try. And I did it in the end. And it was good. For a while. And then by the time Generations came out, I was so done with playing Monster Hunter on a 3DS. I was so terribly fatigued by the experience. Really? You were turned off by the verticality? I was turned off by the mounting. When it was first revealed, when 4 was first revealed, I saw mounting and was like, ooh, I don't know about that. But I warmed to it. I warmed to the concept. I didn't, however, warm to the fact that mounting was broken in 4 and 4 Ultimate. But the concept in and of itself, I think I got used to and thought it was okay, you know, why not? It's interesting and it doesn't, provided it's done properly, it doesn't dominate the way you hunt the monsters, so. I wouldn't call mounting a gimmick. Mounting was not a gimmick. The 4 Ultimate gimmick was Apex. In other words, Whitestones. That was the gimmick of 4 Ultimate. It almost ended up being a gimmick to have mounting in 4 Ultimate because it was indeed a big part of the gameplay because of how poorly they balanced it, but mounting was just an advancement in the series. A gimmick is something that's temporary. Something that ends up dominating the way you play. That doesn't return in another game. And I feel like you were somewhat forced to engage in the whole Whitestone thing with Apex Monsters. Once you were in the endgame before Ultimate, Apex Monsters were just a way of life. So you had to use the gimmick of Whitestones. It was a big thing. So that to me was the gimmick of 4 Ultimate. And I hated that. That was fucking shit. No. I don't think mounting fits into that, Vernon, because mounting exists in all of those. In all of those games, mounting exists, except they did remove it from Rise. Yeah, mounting is not a gimmick. I'd fight you on that. I'd absolutely fight you on that. Mounting is not a fucking gimmick. Not at all. No. That's just an evolution in the series. No way. Wyvern riding is strange. I don't have much of an opinion on it. I haven't seen the damage numbers that are dealt, actually. Because I keep damage numbers off. And yeah, so I don't know, but I'm just considering whether or not to like it. But I suppose in the end I should just... Oh look, Chinox is back. You know why? You know why? Because he's got nowhere else to go. Aww. Maybe you shouldn't have left in the first place. Welcome back, LOL. I mean, he might have disconnected, it's possible. That's always possible. But I have dealt with people who leave rooms and then come back because they eventually realize that there's nowhere else to go. Ready? What do you mean, ready? Oh, you're so... You know why I said that? Because he left because he was sick of waiting for me before. What he needs to realize is that he's playing 3 Ultimate. If he doesn't like waiting for people to get ready for a quest in 3 Ultimate, he's gonna have to go and play a different fucking game. Because that's what happens, unfortunately. Ready. Imagine that. Imagine having that fucking attitude. You know what, mate? You're lucky I was ready as fast as I was. Some people take even longer than that. And if you want to get in it, I check other rooms. Yeah, I noticed. See, I was right. He's saying I check other rooms. I said to him, you're lucky I don't kick you for your bad attitude, and the reason why is because he left because he got sick of waiting for me, and then when he comes back after realizing he has no other choice, he says, ready? As if to say, are you actually ready now? After taking so much time to get ready for the quest? It's like, fuck off. I said to him, you're lucky I don't kick you for your bad attitude, and he says, whatever. It's like, yeah, exactly. You are fucking lucky. I'm a nicer person than that. If I were one of those Hunter rank 999s, you would have been gone eons ago, my friend. Fucking dickhead. Unbelievable. You think I've got the patience for that? You're playing 3 Ultimate, and you're gonna sit there and throw a fucking tantrum over someone taking, like, what, 3 to 5 minutes? No, it wouldn't have even been 5 minutes. We're talking 3 minutes to get ready for a quest, and the guy was gone. It's 3 Ultimate. That's what people do. It's just normal. It's because people aren't desperately getting ready for a quest. Like, oh my god, I have to hunt right now, oh my god. It's like, it's a stationary console monster, and people are just generally more laid back as a result. Hey, Enten. Yeah, DPS seems to be... Well, high DPS is Perfectly achievable here. We will... This guy's fucking hunting horning with 3 people, and he wants to be a little dickhead as well. We will go and hunt with 3, just because he's not going to sit here and wait for 4, so let's go and 3-man this quest, Vernon. Let's do it. Might take a little bit of time, but hopefully I have enough smoke bombs to do it. That's all I can say. I don't, do I? I really don't have enough smoke bombs to do this. What I will do is I'll use 5 for each, because if I use 10, and I may need to use as many as 10 for the first 2. May be necessary to do that. And to actually kill it, that is. So I won't be doing that, I'm only going to use half for the first. Okay, so we want to kill... Okay, we'll just go for Uragan because... Chinox will go for Uragan because he's closer, but it's better to kill Diablos first because you don't want to keep Diablos alive. He's the nasty one to have here simultaneously with another monster. It's very bad news. I apparently forgot to eat. Come on, shit! Shockingly, that did not end badly. Shockingly, I don't know how Diablos didn't notice us, but it didn't happen. It didn't happen. I'm actually beyond shocked. Of course, I was affected by tremor in that moment when I needed to reapply the smoke bomb. Right, I have to be ready to apply it again. Come on. Hurry up. Are we fucked? We're fucked. Because Chinox went and strayed that far away from the monster, you fool. You fucking fool. You play like shit. You play like complete fucking shit. And you're lucky I don't get on that keyboard and let you know. Because I'd fucking let you know. Tell you what. This fucking guy, I hate Chinox. He's a fool. He's a fucking fool. He's standing right by the Diablos because he's too scared to get close to the monster while playing his fucking songs. What do you think Portable Third was about? Portable Third was about getting you to hunt the monster while playing your songs. You're not playing Freedom Unite, you fucking idiot. You fucking idiot. Not doing that. I'm not playing with him. I'm done. He's gonna fucking die like a fool. Get the fuck out. What a fucking fool. Oh, that's good to hear, Potato. I don't have time for that foolishness. This guy was already on a fucking thin tether. He fucking left. He left. He was out of there, you dick. You fucking dick. Stay out. Alright. Take 2. We can do that one more time. He knew. He fucking knew, alright. He was out. I've been wanting to kick Chinox for a while. Yeah, exactly. He's a fucking shithead. Seriously, I mean, you can think that I'm argumentative, angry, low tolerance, but seriously, like, I give people a good chance. I'm not one to kick willy-nilly, but like, if you're gonna be that much of a fucking shithead, you're out. I don't have time for that fucking shit. Unbelievable. Get a fucking personality. I don't think he did it on purpose. He might have, but the guy's a little cock. Can't use Hunting Horn with a fuck. And who Hunting Horns with 3 players anyway? He went Hunting Horn because he's scared to fight the fucking monster. He could just hang back and play his songs. Well, guess what? On a quest like that, I'd like 3 damage dealers, please. You don't need fucking Giganox Hunting Horn support with 3 people. And you're one of the 3 people. Like, it's not helpful at all. The guy's a fucking fool. Anyway. He went Hunting Horn because it's good in Rise, yeah, well. It's not incredible in Rise, it's just broken in Rise. In Rise, Hunting Horn is ruined. Not only is playing songs totally trivialized because there's no skill behind it, that's not to say that you require skill to play songs normally. It's just they've stripped it of its... The process has been stripped down to the point where you're barely even doing anything anymore. You're just pressing these buttons and then you play all the songs and then you deal all the damage and then the monster's dead. They've oversimplified it to the point where an actual fool can pick up Hunting Horn and do well with it. Hunting Horn was one of those weapon types that was to be learnt and then to be used by those who wanted to actually make use of the skill. And there was a certain skill to using Hunting Horn generally, not just playing the songs, but to use Hunting Horn and play the songs consistently for the benefit of the team while also dealing lots of damage. That was a skill. And now they have completely stripped it of all of its skill, and they've made it super strong. And the reason why they've done that is because there was this brainless idea on the part of Capcom to make it so that your average player could play Hunting Horn and do well with it. Well, what happens there? What happens there? You've ruined the weapon type. That's exactly what happens as a result. And no one seems to care. Why would you care, right? Who cares? I'm not even a Hunting Horn player, really, and that shit bothers me. Because I know that people use Hunting Horn because it's a specialist weapon type. It's a specialist weapon type. You couldn't get Exchanger again? I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, they made the horn extremely easy in Rise A-Gaming. You don't even have to play the songs anymore. All you do is play one of each note type, and play all three of those. You've automatically played all songs, and in doing that, you do this crazy attack combo that has insane motion value from what I can tell, and it's totally mindless. It is the most mindless shit you can imagine, compared to something that was quite deliberate. I mean, Hunting Horn was one of the most deliberate weapon types prior to this point, and they've oversimplified Hunting Horn to the point where it's now totally... I did not kick him. I mean, I don't like Hypertail. I've played with him before, but at least I don't think I like him. But he left of his own accord. Potato says, I can play the Hunting Horn in Rise while asleep and still beat the monster. Yeah, it's such a simplistic thing. It's like there's no skill. Absolutely no skill. And I would guarantee most people are absolutely on board with that. Absolutely on board. Wouldn't even for a moment question that. They would think that that's great. What's the problem? Hunting Horn's doing more damage than ever. That's great. No, it's not. No, it's not, because in doing so, you've simplified the weapon type. It's supposed to be a weapon that does less damage, because it gives the teammate more damage. I'm glad I waited for a fourth. Glad I waited. But the idea is that Hunting Horn is supposed to deal the damage through other hunters because it is a support weapon type. They've instead turned it into a pseudo-support whilst giving it really high damage. So it's no longer a support weapon type, it's dead as a support weapon type. It's pathetic, I hate it. He wasn't HR8? Well, I don't know, I could be totally crazy, but to my understanding, the number 8, and numbers in general, are fucking universal. So this guy isn't suffering from a language barrier issue, he's suffering from a lack of common sense issue, okay? We've got two people going slime bow, but one of them's broken. We've got Leo guns, and yeah. Seems like he's using the exact same set that I used to use. I used to have this same set. But, yeah. I got rid of it for obvious reasons. Because I realized that I never used it, and that it was better for me to, just not. You have the feeling that Rise will be easier than World? It's starting to look that way, isn't it? It is actually starting to look that way. Oh, you're going to see a ton of Hunting Horn players, that's absolutely right. To think that they would actually maim Hunting Horn just so that more people would use it. I mean, it's clear. It is absolutely clear that they want more people to use Hunting Horn. Clear. It's because obviously not many people used Hunting Horn prior to this point, but the people who did had something for themselves. They had something that they knew was special, because they had personally, like they had a personal affinity for the weapon type, they had a personal developed skill for using the weapon effectively if they used it consistently, and now Capcom has stripped them of that. I have not talked to a Hunting Horn main about this, okay, but I'm not a Hunting Horn main and I feel like I can see this. I feel like it's clear and obvious that this is not good for hunting horn players. This is good for idiots who can't use the hunting horn. Now, I can kind of hunting horn. I'm nowhere near as good as a hunting horn main, but you know what? I certainly don't feel like I've been catered to. I don't feel like I've been catered to. I don't identify as someone who's really good at hunting horn, but because you've simplified the weapon, I don't suddenly feel like, oh great, I can use hunting horn now, because I'm not going to touch it. I would be less inclined to use hunting horn the way it is now, versus the way it was in previous games, because it's so oversimplified and so pathetic in its design, so uninspired, that I wouldn't bother. And I remember talking about this in my demo recordings for Rise. I was saying these exact words and people couldn't handle it. They were like, oh, hunting horn's great, you know, and disliking the video. It's like, guess what? Deal with it. That's exactly what's going on with hunting horn right now, and if you can't fucking see it, then you're welcome to be ignorant. Absolutely welcome. Oh, it's so good to hunt with 3 people. Actually, maybe I won't attack until... I'll just let these guys carve. I'll let Vernon carve. Is that Mega Potions, or... It's probably Mega Potions, isn't it? Well, I'm really happy to see that I'm not going to run out of... God, this is really... Oh, who's dropping the fucking... Who was that? That was a funny smoke bomb. Now we get to hunt the monster without being able to see properly. Yeah, Lance is about the same as it was in World, from what I can tell. I think something was slightly different, maybe, but... Yeah, it's mostly what it was in World, which was good. I don't like World, but for the most part, the weapon changes in World were pretty good. Pretty good. Oh, Diablos cannot be resisted with Rocksteady. That's good to know. Whoa. Well, this is the thing, Potato. The hunting horn players don't really need to play songs anymore. It's not really... They've gone really hard with making it so that hunting horn is no longer support. So playing songs isn't a big part of hunting horn anymore. It's just you happen to be playing songs while being totally focused on combat. I hate what Capcom have done, and in my opinion, it is really clear. If they do that to hunting horn, it means they don't get it. That's the thing that people fail to make a connection about. They fail to realize that if they're doing this with hunting horn, it means they don't get it. They actually don't get it. And we can talk about the fact that the guy involved in Rise has been making these Monster Hunter games for a long time. It's like, that doesn't mean anything, unfortunately, because clearly his decisions can be vetoed by people who don't get it. And I feel like he would get it. I feel like he would see how this is not doing hunting horn any favors, nor does it do the player base any favors. Oh, I can't use hunting horn. Oh, but in Rise, I can use hunting horn. So that's great. I've got a new weapon type to use. You know, like, any person who feels that way also doesn't get it. Vernon, you don't have to place the smoke bomb until Diablos despawns. That's one good thing about the second round. Don't place another one, Vernon. I'll place one once he despawns. Just so we don't waste our smoke bombs by having 2 go. Let me Sonic, he says. Okay. Oh, whoops. That was actually a bad habit right there. I saw the smoke beginning to clear, and then I just automatically placed another one. That was kind of funny. Oh, bad habits die hard. Well, that's alright. That was good placement of a shock trap there. That was really good, actually. Because not only was that in position, it wasn't messed with by the... by Diablos coming out of the ground. That was really good, actually. And this is great. We're focusing on Diablos first, which is important. Okay, just put down a smoke. Oh, I really wish Rocksteady could resist that. Well, look, I don't think it's going to give them more money to to change Hunting Horn. Like, no one's going to buy Rise because Hunting Horn is more usable. Like, no, there's no correlation between Hunting Horn being changed from what it was to them making money. There's no correlation at all. So, I don't trust that. Oh no, that's a terrible combo. 3 hits in a row. I don't know if you just saw that, but that was fucking close to being a problem. Why are you placing? Oh, you want to carve in peace, okay. Well, what am I getting here? Mega potions or actual carves? Should be mega potions, right? Yeah. No, well, there's nothing wrong with having a weapon type like Hunting Horn. No one is forced to use Hunting Horn, Potato. No one has to use that. So if it's too deliberate and too skill-based, they can avoid it. That's easy. That's fine. But they've decided that all weapon types need to be accessible, I guess. Which is insane, because you, again, do not need to have every weapon type be accessible. You need key gameplay aspects, such as making armor skills, things like that, to be accessible. That obviously does link to... I mean, Potato, for fuck's sake, you don't need to explain to me how simplifying Monster Hunter is going to open the player base to more people. I've been talking about that for 3 fucking years on camera, and you know that. I'm familiar with this fact. My point is that it's not going to make a difference for one weapon type. Like I said, it's key aspects like armor skills, the way you hunt the monster generally. That's what's going to affect your average player. Your average player can fucking avoid Hunting Horn if it's too difficult. They can go fuck themselves, in fact. I'm not even a Hunting Horn user, and I feel that those people can go fuck themselves. If they don't want to use Hunting Horn, well, too bad. That's it. Tough fucking titties. Too difficult? Go use a fucking longsword, you know? It's not going to bother the Hunting Horn mains. It's great for them, because usually you don't want more than... I mean, it is really, if you think about it, absolutely perfect, because you don't want more than one Hunting Horn in a team, do you? Which means that if everyone wanted to use Hunting Horn, then you would have a clashing of horns. It's like, who's going to be the designated horn user? You didn't have to worry about that before, because such a small number of people were using Hunting Horn that whenever a guy wanted to use it, he was the one guy using it in the team. It just worked, right? But again, Capcom see things that work perfectly and decide, let's fuck with it. Oh, this works perfectly, let's fuck with it. That's what they do. I don't know why. I don't know what draws them to fucking with things that work. When so much of what they do in Monster Hunter doesn't work. Let's put this in perspective. We put this in perspective and we see that much of what they do in Monster Hunter doesn't work because they cannot balance things properly, but then they have something that's balanced perfectly, like Hunting Horn in the way it works. And they go, let's fuck with that. That's perfect, but let's fuck with that. We can't balance anything worth a fuck, but this thing that's perfectly balanced, no, we're going to make that unbalanced. Yeah, that's good, because you know what? Everything's consistent now. Now everything's out of balance, and now it's the perfect equilibrium of a Monster Hunter game. It's like, no, actually, you're ruining it. Stop doing that. Stop ruining it. Are you people stupid? Like, I don't really know how complicated this is. Oh no, I have to take this into my rewards box because I don't have the space for that. But yeah. Excuse me, I have to take that into my inventory as opposed to my storage box. Anyway. I just can't fucking handle Capcom. I really can't. I can't handle them. I mean, what stupidity gives rise to a decision such as, let's simplify Hunting Horn and make it super damaging? I mean, what stupidity? It doesn't take... Like, I'm not the guy making the game, and I can see how fucking stupid that is. Now, I would certainly say that as a player, I have a certain degree of understanding of how it all works. But I feel that as the game developer, where every little decision has a knock-on effect, and you're aware of that, and you work out how it all works as a single game. It's almost like a puzzle that you're assembling. How can it be that when you have that perspective on the game, you can actually decide to do that? Because you should know what it means to do that. I know. You should know. You have for some reason decided that doesn't matter. You've just decided, oh, let's have Hunting Horn be fucked for this game. Fucked. Just totally, like, let's just ruin it. Yep. Let's ruin Hunting Horn. And you know what? You know, the absolute fucking cherry on the shit cake right now is the fact that I'm one of a very small number of people talking about this. I'd guarantee it. I cannot truly guarantee it. Maybe some people are kicking up a stink about it, but one thing I can say is that I would be by no means surprised if this is a super uncommon complaint. Because most people are too busy going, oh, I'm so excited for Rise, holy shit, new Monster Hunter game, this is going to be so good. Meanwhile, at least I'm using my brain and identifying, haha, that's going to be shit, 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 that's going to be shit. And I'm open to the game overall being good, but if I see something that's going to really fucking suck, and it's blindingly obvious, like having 4 Palamutes in one hunt at the same time, and having this terrible visual pollution of just dogs flying everywhere, plus the monster, plus 4 hunters doing whatever they're doing. That's not being pessimistic, that's being observant and going, that's fucking shit, and they need to not do that. But I don't think Capcom has access to good feedback. If they had access to good feedback, they wouldn't be doing dumb shit. Really dumb shit, and I'm passionate because this is one of my favorite game series, and I'm watching Capcom remove their pants and have an anal evacuation on top of my favorite game series, okay? So, yeah. Who is next? Who is next? This is fun. No, I'm not going to say. I don't recall it saying that it was a turn through. Oh, I'm sure Arex... Well, no, I shouldn't say that. I was about to say, I'm sure Arex Gaming likes it. You know what? No. I'm not going to comment on that because I don't know him. I've never watched his videos. Never, never, never. So I'm not going to say, of course he would like it. I don't know. But all I can say is that it's very, very unideal to speak ill of something before the games even come out. I'm telling you right now, people don't want to hear anything negative about Rise right now. People are very sensitive to that shit. If they're excited for it, they don't want anyone to ruin their fun. It's very important for them to stay excited. I have a lot of reasons why I'm not excited, okay? But I can't share that with people if I'm someone like Arex Gaming and everyone's looking at my stuff. Imagine if okay, I'm Arex Gaming, I'm gonna sit here and shit on Hunting Horn for a whole video and tell you exactly why it's terrible, and then what happens? Is Capcom going to want to do interviews with me? Maybe not. Now, that doesn't necessarily, I mean, that's a big slight on Arex Gaming in the sense that it brings his integrity into question, and I don't know anything about him. He probably doesn't play it that way. I think he would choose the no comment option rather than actually lie about his feelings. So I don't actually think he's doing that. My point is that you don't want to rock the boat if you're reliant on lots of people's viewership, because people don't want to be told what's wrong with a game before it's even out. Even if it's blindingly obvious what's going to be wrong before the game comes out, people don't want to know about it. And they also don't want to be told too soon, because people are very, very fucking sensitive about these things. Very sensitive. So, he probably does like the Hunting Horn, genuinely. I don't know why. I suppose he doesn't get it. I don't want to be that guy who says my opinion is fact, but I feel in the case of Hunting Horn, yeah, unfortunately, it's now worse. And there is like, you couldn't convince me otherwise, you couldn't. I'm not even, and let me tell you, I don't even like Hunting Horn. I don't even like Hunting Horn. It's not one of the weapon types that I enjoy. And yet I can see how fucked it is now. Yeah, post whatever. Post anything you want, Vermin, please. Yeah. They haven't just stripped the identity of the weapon, they've completely made it Why can simplifying something be okay? How can that be okay? Why would you take something that had a role to play, that was perfectly in balance with everything else, weapon type-wise, and then shit on it? It's now just an offensive weapon type, okay. Where's our support weapon? Doesn't exist. Okay. Why is the support weapon gone? Why does the previously low damage support weapon now do lots of damage and just not really play songs at all? Kinda does, but not really. You know, it's been destroyed for no real reason other than to simplify something that doesn't need to be simplified. And yet people are just gonna sit there and go, yeah, no problem. Yeah, that's fine, yeah. I wasn't a Hunting Horn player, it doesn't affect me. I kind of feel like playing Hunting Horn now, so that's cool. Engage your brain. Think about it. That's not okay. Because it was a certain way, and it was in balance, so when it is no longer balanced, what does that mean? It means they've made something worse, okay? They've made something worse. Now what does that mean? It means that they don't give a fuck, they don't get it, it means that they're just doing whatever they can, they're actually clutching at straws, they're confused. They are confused. Seriously, they Capcom is so fucking confused right now. They don't know what to do. Anyway. I can't fucking let go of this shit, man. Dragon's Roar, check this out. Is that a switch axe or is that a switch axe? And it looks even better when it's sheathed, by the way. It's very cool looking. Oh, just hate Capcom with a fucking burning passion. They cannot help but fuck with things. It's like those people who are like, oh, we have to make it better, but how are we going to make it better? Well, we have to change it. We don't know if it's going to be better until we try. Okay. Well, you don't make something worse and then go, let's see if people like it. If you can see it's worse, don't fucking do it. And I don't think they could have possibly looked at that and thought, yeah, that's great, let's change it up. Changing it up is healthy, it's good. It's not. I will not touch Hunting Horn. In fact, in the same way that I completely refused to use Prowler in Generations Ultimate, I will refuse to use Hunting Horn. It will not be touched. I will not touch that weapon. Because it is now actually unclean to me. It is an unclean weapon type. What are we hunting, sorry? I don't know, but let's just go raw. I don't know what the fuck that's going to end up being. Let's just go Bushido. So, look, I don't expect to get this emotional, but I've been slowly seething over Hunting Horn. I've been slowly seething over it. Oh. Oh, okay. What should I use then? Yeah, raw. Let's go normal heavy bowgun. These guys do have a reason to be annoyed because it's been quite a while since I started getting ready for this quest. Anyway. I don't ask to get this annoyed. I really don't. But what annoys me more than anything is when people don't give a fuck. No, I understand that, Leo Guns. I do realise it's taken too long. You are welcome to head off. You're welcome to, Potato. I'm not going to complain about people using Hunting Horn in the quest with me. I don't think that they're... I don't think that people should avoid using Hunting Horn in my presence because I don't like it. It's not going to affect the way I play, I don't think. But it is a weapon type that I will not personally touch. And yes, I agree, you shouldn't be using cluster shot in a team setting. I do agree with that. Let's make sure that we've got enough huskberries and needleberries. I think we do. I just need to buy some normal level 2. There we go. I'm just so fucking livid by the thought of Hunting Horn being changed in the way that it has been changed, and for people to even defend it. Because I know exactly why they're defending it. That's the thing, I know exactly what the pros of Hunting Horn being changed in this way are. But they're all so shallow and so insignificant and so fucking just... Because, strictly speaking, I would benefit from it, wouldn't I? Strictly speaking, I don't use Hunting Horn the way it was before, because I don't like the system. I don't enjoy playing the songs. I don't really enjoy the fact that it's an impact-based weapon. I don't really want to be aiming for the head with that. And, you know, that sort of thing. Like, I just generally am not a fan of Hunting Horn. I do use it from time to time. I enjoy using it occasionally because it's something different. But I'm not a Hunting Horn fan. Maybe it would be more fun to use in some way the way it is now, based on my preferences. However, I can look at it, I can go beyond my personal preferences and actually look at it objectively. He's talking about objectivity in taste. That's not true. All things taste-wise are purely subjective. Oh, but no, unfortunately, you do have to look at it from a more sensible perspective than just how you're going to be personally affected. You have to look at it and realize, oh, the weapon type has been, like, its balls have been cut off, it's been overly simplified for fools. Oh, okay, I won't touch it. And then also realize that those who used it for one specific reason can no longer use it. Their support weapon type is dead. It has been destroyed. It is gone forever. Hey, Jenny. Oh dear. You've kicked people for less. Yeah, going cluster is not a good idea. I mean, pellet and cluster are not team shot types. Team-friendly shot types, that is. Playing for ultimate, that's cool. But I have to make it very clear that all of what I say is keeping in mind that I'm not a Hunting Horn player, so I'm not even slanted in that way. I can just look at it more sensibly, I suppose. I don't know. I was just disgusted to see how Hunting Horn was operating. I mean, I think Ethan said to me it's probably a demo mechanic, that playing one of each note and then pressing R does that combo and then auto plays all songs, but I don't think it is. I think someone actually said, no, that's in the full game, and yeah, that's beyond horrendous. I just asked an old friend of mine who mained Hunting Horn since For Ultimate about his thoughts on the changes. He says he isn't buying Rise. Well, there you go. I'm only playing it to see if I'm going to stop playing Monster Hunter. That's the reason why I'm buying it. Seriously. Dead fucking serious. That's the reason why I'm buying Rise. That's why I have it pre-ordered. It's so I can see for myself firsthand whether it's time to stop. And only played the games from 4th gen and below. Well, it's hard not to notice the changes to Horn. Horn's been totally changed. It's drastically different. It now serves a different purpose. And it's for the benefit of the simple-minded. Alright, that's Rathalos. I've seen something about Old Horn being in the game still via Switch skills. Okay. Well, it's possible. It's possible. If they choose to do that, then I suppose that would be equivalent to them allowing you to use guild style, if you think about it. But still, they've absolutely disrespected the Hunting Horn weapon type with what they've done. That's my opinion. Well, your bacon joke wasn't that original, Potato. Underwater? Is Laggy the next monster? I guess it is. Anyway. I don't know. I'm just so past the point of wanting to deal with Capcom's bullshit. Wanting... Enunciate, please, Doomlink. Reminds you of the changes to bow in World. No. Bow didn't have a role to play. If bow were changed from being a ranged weapon to a close range weapon type, that would be having its role changed strongly. But you couldn't do that with bow. Bow is, in essence, going to be a ranged weapon type. Bow's changes in World were great, but it wasn't changed fundamentally in the sense that it was now used in a totally different way. Am I really going to get comboed here? Yeah. I mean, what am I to do in that situation? Can someone tell me what I am to do? That's what you call an inescapable combo. But the point is that while bow did change in World, it was... you could still use it in the same way, strictly speaking. It was still to be used at the same distance. I don't like that they simplified the shot types. I think they should have had the different shot types that they used to have. But for the most part, I felt that it was a good change. But Hunting Horn's change here has actually stripped it of its original role and simplified it to the point where anyone can use it, which is stupid. That'd be good, yeah. Don't even use the arrow to hit monsters, just bash the fucking monsters with your bow. That sounds like fun. You know, I really do hope... it might, no matter what, this might be my last Monster Hunter game, because I'm sick of agonizing over all the things that Capcom does. I'm sick of doing it, and I might just stop playing the new Monster Hunter games after this. I think I'd be happier that way, to be completely honest. Those who are searching for the most viewers they can get will always go to the new Monster Hunter games, but I will not. I think I'll just stick to these ones. Because I can't do it anymore. I can't subject myself to this stress, this frustration, this lack of faith in Capcom and their ability to actually handle what they have, what they... you know... Play Dauntless again? No. It's not like Monster Hunter at all. I said that it's just not even comparable. Not even comparable. Not even remotely. Underwater normal shots is a bit of a bad time because you do have less critical distance. Or your critical distance is shortened, that is to say. And normal shots are for close range anyway. So you can imagine underwater is pretty terrible. You don't like bow in World. It's okay. I can totally respect that because I don't mind bow in World. I actually do prefer bow the way it was traditionally, but I don't dislike the way it was in World, but I have complete respect for anyone who doesn't like bow in World and can't play it. That's fine, because it is different. So, yeah. I think the biggest issue with it is the fact that it doesn't have those different shot types anymore. You don't have to worry about that. That was a simplification. That was the streamlining of the bow weapon type, absolutely. And that's not a good thing. But I suppose I was more focused on the way it had been changed in how it shot. The shooting was done with the triggers, and it felt more interactive when you could shoot with the triggers. Shoot and aim with the triggers. It felt very different. It felt more functional. Prior to that point, it was a bit too clunky, as they say. Play Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. I picked that game up in 2012, I think it was. Maybe early 2013. And I just didn't get very far through it at all. I've talked about it before, probably to you, Jenny, but yeah, I just didn't get through very much of it. I didn't give it enough of a chance. But I think it would be good fun to play. I think it's a good game, generally. It's not very beginner friendly, though. It wasn't very friendly to me. And I just wasn't in a position where I was prepared to learn it. I just remember being confused as to where to go when I loaded into the game. I was somewhere, I started wherever I start, and then I just didn't really have a way forward, and yeah, wasn't into it. We'll see how Hunting Horn turns out. Takashi, I don't know, but the way it's been shown in the demo, I'm very disappointed. $50 chance I might enjoy it? I think there's a good chance that I will enjoy it. If you think about it, I play Monster Hunter and Souls, you know, those are things that you need to take time to learn. And, well, that used to be the case with Monster Hunter. It's so sad that I can't say that about Monster Hunter now. I can't say that Monster Hunter is a game series that you have to take time to learn. Because it's not like that anymore. You can jump on and fucking destroy everything. Because it's more friendly to beginners. But it's so funny that in an environment where the Soul series shows that you can actually have a game that's very difficult for beginners to play, and people can still play it. I guess it's because it's difficult in a different sort of way. It's not difficult because it's rigid, it's difficult because it's actually difficult. I don't know. I don't even know how to describe that. Clearly I lack the words, but yeah, I actually love World. This has been actually April 1st, 2018, and I'm still making the joke about not liking World. Love it so much, man. I have shreds of hope that you'll enjoy yourself in Rise. Well, we will see. We will see. But I do actually think it will be my last Monster Hunter game. I do think it will be. Just for my own sake. The sad thing is that when I do choose to stop playing Monster Hunter, the new ones, it will be very difficult to escape information and discussion about them. But I'll just have to shut it down by saying, look, I've got nothing to say. You can talk about it in the chat, but I've got nothing to say. So, as you wish. I suppose that's the only way I'll be able to do it. And then briefly explain why I don't play modern Monster Hunter games and then get annoyed again, and then the annoyance will pass, and then it's on to the old games again. Doomlink loves the hell out of Bloodborne. We were co-oping it yesterday. Yeah, exactly. You can't drag me away from Bloodborne. I'm obsessed. Absolutely obsessed. You enjoy the passion, well. Thank you, Takashi. I do appreciate that a lot. And I hope I enjoy it too. I really do. Because I take no pleasure in saying what I say. I take no pleasure in speaking ill of my favourite game series. I take no pleasure in having no faith in the people who are responsible for my favourite game series. But it's where I'm at, so I would love to enjoy it again, and I've talked about this before, but my anger towards World is actually as a result of a broken heart. It's because I wanted nothing more than to love World. I wanted to love it so deeply. I wanted, not as in I wanted to love it deeply, but my desire was great. to love World, and I couldn't. I absolutely couldn't. It was like, I felt like I was in an abusive relationship with that game, and that might sound funny, ha ha ha, he's relating playing a video game to being in an abusive relationship, but that's what it was like, because I kept going back to it, and wanting to love it, but I couldn't. There were elements to it that I somewhat gravitated towards, but every time that game would, you know, be part of my life, I would look at it and go, no, you are not what I want. In so many ways, you are just wrong. In so many ways, you are an absolute fucking abomination of everything that I love. And yet there are parts of you that are somehow identifiable as something that I love, yet you are more... You're more like some sort of freakish experiment on something that I love that has ended up looking deformed and... I don't know. But my frustration was born of time and time again just going back to it and playing it and then stopping. I think there were 3 or 4 times where I played it and then stopped. Then I played it and stopped, and played it and stopped, and then played it, and then that last time I stopped, I said, this has to be the last time, and I uninstalled the game. And I just said no, never again. Never again. Could I ever like World as its own entity? No. Because it is too similar to the series. It is a progression. Whether I like it or not, World is a progression. And it's too blindingly obvious that it is a progression point. And I hate what they did. I hate what they chose to do. And I cannot ignore it. I have to look at it as part of the series. I have to look at it in context. It's not something I can ignore. I wish I could. And I tried. I tried. You know. People probably think that I get off on hating these things. Like I want to be edgy. I want to be the underdog. I want to be the guy who hates everything everyone loves. I don't. I don't want that. I tried so hard to love World and I couldn't. Thanks for hunting, Vernon. But yeah, I was so excited to play World before it came out. I knew there were going to be things that would challenge me, you know, I knew things would change, but I didn't realize how much it would affect me negatively. I bought a PS4 for the game. I was never going to buy a PS4. I had stopped playing on consoles, but when it first came out, it wasn't guaranteed that it would come out on PC, so I bought a PS4 for the game, and I played it. And I had fun at first, but something was missing, but I ignored it. It's kind of like being in denial, you know. I was in denial for a while. It took me about a month or 2, maybe 2 months it took me to really see it. And then when I started to see it, that's when you start to peel away the, I guess the illusion. There is a lack of charm and atmosphere. Absolutely. And people like you and I, Takashi, cannot communicate that to people who don't see it. It cannot be communicated. To a person who doesn't realize what was lost, that's it. You can't convince them because it's more of a feeling than something logical. And it comes with really, really observing what the series was before World. Observing it and taking it in. Not on some superficial level, but really properly taking it on board. And when it's not there in World, it's blindingly obvious. It's just, you can't not see it. I know you guys are entertained by my rants, but I'm always left kind of wishing I wasn't just sitting here ranting the whole time. I continue to do it because I know that you guys are entertained, but I don't like the feeling. I don't like getting upset over World and Rise. Makes me feel a bit down, because it is my favourite game series that I'm talking about, you know. I don't know what I would like to do, because this guy's basically said he's down to do anything. No, I don't mean to have you feel bad as a result. It's my choice to talk about it. This is not something to be blamed upon the chat. I just, you know, I can't help myself. I always think, oh, it's harmless to just say a few words here and there. But, it turns into something more than that. And really, I'd love it if I didn't have to feel these feelings, but I do. Let's do something in the tundra. I'm not sure what, but I would like to do that. And I might use hunting horn just for... Oh shit, I need to sell some stuff. Let's sell trap tools. And that'll do for now. I'm having some box space issues here, as you can see. We'll equip that now. Because your decorations are of course swapped around as you change armor sets, and as a result that fills up your box or subtracts items from your box, but more than anything, it's kind of, it requires a certain number of free slots, you know. That's true, Vernon. But that's because you don't attach your ego to the things you like. A lot of people would hear what I say and take it personally. Like, really take it personally. But you don't. And I appreciate that. I don't really have a preference, but... I'm doing this to piss off Takeshi, by the way. I've got my... not to be confused with Takashi, to be sure. But, yeah, I'm equipping a hunting horn of my own. I'm actually going to check to see if there's something that's weak to fire that has like a... Oh, I could possibly do that. Let's do this. Swift Shadows. I said I was going to go into the tundra, but I just feel like using hunting horn, and I would rather just do whatever seems most comfortable for hunting horn here. But again, this is not really a good hunting horn when people don't have element, and I don't know if they have element. I hope Lazarus is equipping an elemental weapon. Yeah, this is the Dire Morales hunting horn. This is one of my favourite hunting horn designs in the game. Or rather in the series, it's definitely my favourite in the game. It's very cool. But unfortunately it does, rather than have attack up large, have elemental attack boost, which I'm not really a fan of. The hearing resistance is okay. It's good to have generally, but... Unfortunately, elemental attack boost doesn't really work well in conjunction with teams that just don't bring elemental weapons to hunts, and sometimes they really don't. So, yeah. If you don't like Monster Hunter Diary, Poka Poka Airo Village, we can't be friends. I don't really know what that is, but all I can say is that Airo is Palico, so I guess it's, you know... It's some Monster Hunter Stories thing. Oh, Takeshi is gone and equipped the great sword that I want to have one day. God, it's smaller than I thought it was. It's kind of dumpy looking. Look at it. It's a bit too small. I still want it because it's a cool weapon design, but he probably has it after doing that Stygian quest before. Because I did do this with him yesterday. I think this is a newly acquired weapon for him. It's just funny timing, you know. I do want that. Anima Reaper. Hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. Oh. Really? Well, I don't recall seeing it, Takashi. Maybe I did see it and I've since forgotten it, but... Yeah, if it was advertised alongside Portable Third, I probably did see it, but I've totally forgotten it. Alright, catch you later, Vernon. From Software made it? Oh, God. That's really funny. And keeping in mind that they had probably already made Demon Souls by that time. That's really funny. From Demon Souls to Poka Poka Airo Village. Okay. Sounds like a step up to me. Oh, I'm sure it's not traditional at all. I'm sure it's just a weird spin-off game. I remember there was like a... I mean, maybe I do remember it. I do remember some weird game. Some very odd Monster Hunter game around that time. But... I think it was... I'm not sure. I can't be certain. It's too vague of a memory. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Okay. Got ourselves someone who's equally passionate. I won't be reading this one. So, yeah, I do need to make sure that I would say, hold on, Lazarus, does he have Awaken? This is an important question to ask, because he does have the Gimbal Gaia. Yeah, he must actually have Element on that. Yeah, he does. I was going to prioritize the playing of hearing resistance, or rather hearing as a skill. No, this ended up being Element. We'll do that. And then I think after that, I think it's yellow, yellow, orange or something. No, it's the reverse. Okay. Oh dear. You say he's dead, Ensign, he's not. I don't... the reason why I'm not engaging him in that line of discussion is because I've already ranted enough on my own about it, and I've already expressed the fact that I don't want to go there anymore. I'm tired of it. And I always regret going on that subject because it makes me feel angry, generally, and I don't enjoy that feeling. And again, it is one of my favourite series, and I just... yeah. I just prefer not to discuss it at this point. And unfortunately, that's one of those things that can be interpreted by a cynical fool as being an unwillingness to argue a point. I'd like to think it's quite clear that I don't have an unwillingness to argue a point. But I certainly don't want to dwell on this topic at this point after going through that. Anyway. Of course, I'm attacking the one that's not most weak to fight. Oh, sorry, Takeshi. I mean, you're a cheater, but I don't mean to mess you up too hard. That was all that actually managed to work. That flash bomb. Well, if you're going to address it, Forlorn, then I'll have to read it as well. Well... okay. I wonder who he was. He's obviously been just a fucking lurker. He's just one of those people who lurks and doesn't say anything, but he's gone and changed his Twitch name to You Don't Get It. And, he's decided to stop watching, okay. Good on him, I guess. Don't know who the hell it would be. You know, it's not going to have much... He's even gone the route of anonymity by changing his name, which is a shame, because then I can't... You know, I can't address that. I don't know who he is. I don't know if he had expressed opinions in the past. He's just little more than a lurker who never would have actually contributed in any way to the experience of streaming to people, you know. You know why I stream to people? It's so that I can chat with you guys. If you're just going to sit there and lurk all day, I don't get anything out of it. So if that guy was a lurker who decided to speak only in this moment, then him being here or not being here means nothing. It would have meant more for him to actually not take the path of anonymity. And I don't know if that's, I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's to make a stronger point, to name himself in a sort of joking manner, to sort of make fun of what I said, or it was just purely to give himself anonymity as some kind of protection. But either from my wrath or something else, but I don't know. He just made the account. I wonder who the hell it was, because it indicates that he's watched me at least for a little while, because he said that I'm a chill dude most of the time. Of course I'm a chill dude. It's because that's who I am generally, but I am also emotional. And I don't really mind being interpreted as toxic if that's how it comes across, because I can't control people's interpretations. It's outside of my control. But it is interesting anyway to read it. But as long as people know that, really, I don't take pleasure in it, and I'd rather not sit here and rant about that shit. If I had to choose, I'd choose not to do that. But, admittedly, I have been presented the choice on a number of occasions and have chosen, rather foolishly, to pursue the point. Well, you see, Takashi, that's the essence of the name that he chose for the sake of anonymity. It was, you don't get it, or you just don't get it, whatever it was. It's to suggest that I'm not quantifying what I'm saying, and I'm instead just saying that people who don't agree with me don't get it. But you see, that's the thing. When they don't understand the charm, or the atmosphere, or other things like that, unfortunately it is a case of them not getting it. And what it means is that nothing that I can say will allow them to understand. And that's not putting me on a pedestal, that's not putting people down, it's just what it is. I could sit here and put myself down all day. Some of you might not know this, but in certain regards, my self-esteem's not that high, okay? When it comes to certain things, I really do beat myself up over certain things. So, the point is that all people are flawed in one way or another. We as human beings all have things that we can work on in life. It's not about self-elevation, it's about a passion, and it's about being frustrated when people can't see when something's wrong in a certain way. And as a result, Capcom can't get the feedback that they need to make the series better or to prevent them from fucking it up. That's what it comes down to. It's not self-elevation, and unfortunately it is inevitable that people will interpret it that way. That's what happened with that guy. He took what I said very personally. He thought that I was saying that he's a total idiot and that he doesn't have any sense of his own opinions and things like that. And I understand that that's, you know, that may very well be a pretty fair interpretation of what I said, in the sense that, you know, maybe that's all you can come to realise if you're in his position. But as long as he realises that that's not the point, and that I really don't think I'm any superior to anyone else, then that's all I can say. I can't do much more than that. You pushed him that far, the poor soul. I did. Well, I did clearly hurt his feelings. That's what happened. And the thing is, it makes me wonder who he was. You know, I can't possibly know who it was. I guess I have to now be on the lookout for any regular... Well, no, I can't be on the lookout for anyone who doesn't make an appearance now. But it couldn't have been anyone important, because anyone who's watched me for any length of time knows the game. They know that this is what I talk about, so... Anyway. Oh well. It is what it is. I'm glad I read it, actually, because now I don't have to wonder. I take no pleasure in any of it. Are we going to kill Azarus as well? Takeshi seems to want to. I guess I'll do the Element Attack Up song here. I haven't been playing many songs, I've been a bit too focused on the conversation at hand. What's the drink today? Gin. Just straight gin. At first it had a bit of a weird flavour to it because I had brushed my teeth just prior to going live, but fortunately that didn't linger. I would not recommend anyone brush their teeth, specifically with mint toothpaste, and then drink gin. It's a strange flavour. Very strange. You can do it with brandy, it's not too bad, but gin, wouldn't recommend it. Wouldn't recommend it at all. Uh-oh. Unfortunately not cider. Well, you know what, Potato, you can never complain that I don't drink cider, because for one of my Twilight Princess streams I did actually go out and buy cider just for you and drink it. So that was done. Now you can never complain ever again. Oh dear. I'm gonna go around to that head. I think do I have Knockout King on this set? I usually try to put Knockout King on Hunting Horn sets just so that I can get more functionality out of the Hunting Horn, which is to say that it doesn't do too much in the way of damage, while it does assist in the overall team damage through the support songs. It's also nice to be able to get some KO off. In other words, if you're not doing much damage while attacking, you may as well get KO build-up, which is in a sense support, because you're facilitating the what am I trying to say? You're allowing lots of people on the team to just go in and beat on the monster, which is indeed contributing to team damage by getting a KO off. So there you go. Well, yeah, Takashi, I did live stream playthroughs of Twilight Princess HD and the Japanese GameCube version. I played Twilight Princess when it came out. It's a very special game for me. And, yeah. It was good to play it. I probably won't play it again for quite some time, because I did do those two playthroughs I just mentioned back to back, which was a little bit more than I normally would be willing to do. But, yeah, I'm going to actually prioritize that. No, I won't prioritize the Green Nagakuka stuff over that, because I've got lots of Green Nagakuka stuff as well. I've almost got an equal number of Green Nagakuka stuff as I do regular, so I'm not going to necessarily prioritize green. Alright, your love of cider might be going a little bit too far there, Potato. I think you've crossed the line. You've gone into creepy territory now. Well, one thing I can say at the very least is that you guys can probably now imagine why I'm not too eager to stream Rise. Because I don't want to start. What would be the antonym phrase to preaching to the choir? What would that be? Preaching to the devil? I don't know. Preaching to the Black Mass? We'll call it preaching to the Black Mass. How about that? I feel like the Black Mass would be the religious equivalent, or rather the antonym on a religious level to the choir in a church. So, talking to a dead horse, talking to a brick wall, talking to the waves on a beach, okay. And yes, talking to you when you're high, definitely. That as well. Most certainly. But yeah, I'm not really looking forward to that. I will be on my best behavior. Not because I'm afraid of arguments, but rather because it would end up dominating the entire recording. It would just be me having debates with people the whole time. I mean, what a great way to devolve the whole thing. So I'm going to be on my best behavior so as not to instigate argument, because it's not that fun. Takeshi just made his departure. Hello, Metacore. Okay. But, yeah. I think I'll be on my best behavior. As they say, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything. And there might be a bit of that going on. Maybe I'll just talk about Old Monster the whole time. I half expect you to stop playing Rise halfway through your first Rise recording and just play 3 Ultimate instead. I don't think I'll be that opposed to what I'll be doing. Let me make it very clear. I will be having fun with Rise at first. I will definitely be having fun because it's an adventure. I love an adventure. It's good fun. There probably won't be too much in Rise that'll trip me up and make me angry. I'm sure I'll be going through it and having good fun. So don't expect rants. That's all I can say. I'll probably... Of course, there is always the potential for rants because they might do something ridiculous. But I think it'll be mostly just me having fun. Oh, preaching to the pews. I hadn't heard of that phrase. Well, that makes sense, because I guess then you're preaching to something that cannot respond, but... Yeah, I suppose that makes sense, preaching to the pews. That's good to know. Well, I'm not sure what I would like to hunt next, actually. I'll probably go for 3 hours during this stream. I said I was going to do about 2.5, but I do feel like continuing, so... what would I like to do then? Moonlit Tryst, my favourite fucking quest. Oh. We could do a Tundra quest, seeing as though I do actually need some pure crystals. I don't think... Look, he made it sound as if he was heading off. So... I don't know, but... He could have actually ended up being one of the people who joined me for my 3U streams. I can't imagine that. The people who joined for my 3 Ultimate streams hated World. As in the people who came from that raid, of which Takashi was involved in. Maybe it was Takeshi, yeah, the fucking Spanish guy. Well, is that an actual successful at? I guess it is. Oh, it doesn't matter too much, I don't care. He can stick around and stay offended, or he can take it easy. He could be typing another essay, yeah. I feel bad for these guys. I'm just standing here taking forever to make a selection. Let me choose a fun quest. Let's go here, look for something in the tundra. What's fun in the tundra? We might have to go here. Tundra, ooh. Too baleful. Just letting them know. Fundra in the tundra. There you go. I guess someone doesn't like baleful Giganox. Jeez. Okay, no. Yeah, it's Fundra in the Tundra is exactly what a quest would be called if the Tundra were a location in Generations or Generations Ultimate, because that translation team loves those sorts of quest names. Stupid puns and plays on words and dumb shit like that. They love that. You can go on a bit of an adventure if you check all the names of quests in Generations Ultimate. Some of them are really, really dumb. Nothing beats Hunt Wyvern on Desert, though. Which is the... I believe that's the fan translation of the Diablo's quest in Portable Third. Hunt Wyvern on Desert. Yeah. I mean, Hunt the Desert Wyvern, I guess, is a bit too sensible. Let's just go with Hunt Wyvern on Desert. Great. That's really good. Water. Let's go Lance, I guess. Water Lance. Okay. Esmeralda's Tide would be good. Here we go. No. Blue Sharpness? I don't think so. Or is that my only water weapon? I thought I had another one, didn't I? No, I'm thinking of 4 Ultimate. In 4 Ultimate I have Esmeralda's Tide and the White Diablos lands. White Monoblos, excuse me. White Diablos lands, wow. Anyway, ignore me. So, shock treatment. Yeah, shock treatment. I wouldn't describe going on a quest as treatment. I mean, I guess it could be. Bracky Dios mio, yeah. Oh dear. I don't know if it's worth waiting for a third, because again, you have to be kind of careful with what you do here, because sometimes if you wait for someone, you can be sitting here for 10 minutes actually waiting for a third or a fourth. Because again, it's not a very active community. Well, you fucked up, Potato. You fucked up. You called him out and he ran away. Damn it, Potato. He might have come to like me again, but you chased him away. You actually chased him away. You completely called him out. You caught him with his pants down, and now he has to run off with his pants between his legs. Or his pants at his ankles is what I mean to say. I guess technically your pants are always between your legs, aren't they? Your pants are never on one leg, unless something's wrong. If your pants are only on one leg, that's usually kind of bad. Oh, hey Caesar. Yeah, I'm sorry that you're in the YouTube chat, so you're not really in on what goes on in the Twitch chat at the moment, but alright, let's depart. Let's just 2-man it. Was Raviente the only monster in the series history that allows for more than 4 hunters in the same hunt? I actually don't know. I can't speak to that because I didn't play Frontier. I'm pretty familiar with Raviente as a hunt, but I'm not familiar with all Frontier hunts. I would say that there's a good chance that he's not the only one, because he was a Frontier monster, and yeah. If they did, Raviente was fairly early on in the series. I think Raviente was like 2009, sometime around there. He wasn't right at the beginning of Frontier from memory. He was like, whoops, I meant to hold that. But yeah, Raviente was kind of relatively early on in the history of Frontier, which would suggest to me that there's a good chance that they did do another quest like that, where it was a big hunt with lots of hunters involved. So I'd say that he's probably not the only one. But certainly there are no monsters of that kind in the mainline series. The closest they ever got to having multiple hunters together in the mainline series was in First Generation. Specifically in Monster Hunter G. And, well, probably all of them, all 3 of them, where they allowed for multiple hunters together in the hub, but people could only depart in groups of 4 on a quest. I don't know why they chose to change that, but they did. Oh, I've got a little bit of a performance issue there. What's Lazarus? He just did like a triple question mark there. Something must have happened that confused the hell out of him. I really don't know. I didn't see anything that would warrant that reaction. Nope. Yeah, the sieges are a little different because, well, yeah. Not quite the same. Yeah, I didn't play much of Monster Hunter Online. I really wish that it was a better game than it was. It was so close to being a very good game, but it fell short of it because unfortunately I think they were too focused on the visual aspect to actually clean up the game. It ended up playing sort of like a beta the whole way through because there were certain things that were just a bit messy, but yeah. Not a terrible game, but not one that I really wanted to play at the time. I can tell you that much. Uh-oh. Need to hit that so it doesn't... Yeah, there we go. Because I think that can create a paralysis effect. It might not explode, I really don't know how that works. Maybe he just lays this thing on his fucking back that doesn't do anything, it's possible. Oh, there we go. Is that a dead? No, he's not dead. Thought he might have died. That was not a dead Giganox, although that is a dead Giganox. There we go. Monster Hunter Online's village is Monster Hunter Slut Heaven because I'm telling you, you walk around and check the other players, or I guess this is all past tense now, if you were to go around and check the people you were surrounded by, it was people walking around in bikinis. We're not talking about bikini armor, we're talking about just bikinis. Like, no armor to speak of. The Chinese love some skin. They really like that. That game had some I've never played a game where I have decided not to play as a female on account of the armors, you know, because I'm not that kind of person, you know, I have a healthy interest in the female body, like I'm not generally opposed to something revealing at all. But it just went too far. It was like the hunters were more like porn stars than hunters when they were female, and it was just ridiculous. It was too much. It was like I was playing a fucking porn game. So I decided to play as a male character in the end in Monster Hunter Online. My first character was female, but I did not stay as a female. I made a new fucking character, which worked out anyway because I had to make a different character when I joined a guild, because guilds were server based. You couldn't join a guild that was on a different server. You had to actually be on the same server to play with a person, and you couldn't move your character across servers. So I made a character on the same server that those people on that guild, or the same people that were in that guild that I was wanting to play with, and so yeah. Yeah, not as much as World. Didn't lack as much charm as World did. I think part of what caused that, Takashi, was because it felt very third generation. It was pretty third generation. That's what it was. It played like third gen, and it looked amazing, but yeah, the game did look very, very good. Oh, we're both stuck here. It's very noisy, isn't it, when I do that? Nice to meet you, says Lazarus. Nice to meet you indeed. Oh dear. Whoop. Yeah, all of the locations of that game were particularly amazing. I loved all of the places outside of the village too, excuse me, outside of quests, like the villages and all of that. Very nice, very nice. I just, overall, visually, that game was amazing. Good music too, really good music. But unfortunately, some of the fundamental aspects were missing. It wasn't too smooth. Whoop. Oh, I actually tried to shield advance into that, but it was such a heavy attack that it completely stopped me in my tracks. That was a bit nasty. Again, I'm really trying to hit that just in case it does something bad to us, but I don't think it does. I think it just sits there and looks gross. Oh, come on. I was doing my counter there. Maybe it was just in the wrong spot. Most likely. But yeah, this is the closest that you get to Kezu in 3rd generation. It's Baleful Giganoxin. Who would have thought? It's 10 times better. Kezu's a bit shit, but... oh well. Don't know why I was sharpening up there. I don't think I had reached green there. I think that was just a bad habit. I usually see blue sharpness and think, oh, I've dropped so many sharpness levels that I'm down to blue. Let's just sharpen up. And then I obviously realized once I sharpened, oh yeah, that's right, this fucking lance starts at blue. Oh well. It's because it's fairly high element, I believe. Oh no, it's not too high. I mean, it's about mid-tier. It's not super high, it's not super low. Generally pretty good. I'm going to shield this. I'm not taking any chances. Yeah, Kazu's not very exciting. I mean, apparently, I've been told, I think it was Potato who said it, that he's a fan favorite in Japan. I don't know why. As I said, I mean, do they have some sort of fixation on penises? I mean, what would possibly make Kazu a fan favorite? I mean, of course he's nostalgic, I guess. He's from 1st gen, but come on. How could you possibly prefer that to Giganox? I don't understand. Doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, there he is. Thinking, where the hell is he? I feel like Giganox is just better in every way, and that's really what he was designed to do. He was designed as the Kazu killer. He's the cave-based, you know, creepy thing. And he does the job well. He replaces Kazu as far as I'm concerned, but purely because I guess that's really what it came down to. Capcom responded to a call to bring back Kazu, and it seemed like no one in Japan wants Giganox to come back now. They just want more Kazu, more Kazu. Why? I've got no idea. Confuses me. Managed to roll through that. I've never been so aggressively attacked while trying to carve a monster. You need to fuck off. Giggies are still popular? I don't know. It does beg the question then as to why Capcom... Maybe Capcom just doesn't like Giganox. What is it about Giganox? Come on. Someone needs to put their feet to the fire and just be like, what's going on? Where's Kazu? Excuse me, where's Giganox? Because we don't need Kazu. As far as I understand, Kazu is also coming in Rise. Why? We don't need him anymore. Oh, just the little babies, not... Oh, well, okay. Giggies are cute. You know, I do find the small monsters, the Giggies, to be pretty cute. They're quite adorable, but, and some people would go, okay. No, but really, they are kind of cute. But why the fuck? Maybe they have a weird attachment to Kazu, as if he's maybe also cute in some way. But no, Kazu's just gross. He's probably the grossest monster in the series. I can't stand him. He's got teeth in his asshole. He's got an arse mouth, and it has teeth. Who wants that? I certainly don't. I do agree that if Giggies existed in real life, they'd be pretty terrifying, because if you actually compare the size of a Giggy to a human being, and then imagine that, like, I don't know, on the floor in front of you, that's frightening shit. Imagine that jumping at you. I'd completely lose my shit. I'm usually pretty composed, but I'd lose it. I'd be running screaming like a woman if I saw that in real life. Oh, Congalala's pretty awful. I don't like monkey monsters. Do you know that, Takashi? I hate monkey monsters. I can't stand them at all. I do realize that some of you have only been watching me for a short time, particularly Forlorn and Takashi, but I'm not in any way a proponent of monkey monsters. Well, I don't love Rajang, actually, no. I I'm neutral to Rajang. I think he's an interesting monster. I think he was good to bring back in 4th generation as far as allowing us to experience the 4th generation version of Rajang, but I didn't, he's not a monster that I would have brought back in World, that's for sure. But I'd say Rajang is the best of the monkey monsters, because he's kind of interesting in and of himself, but Langonga, Kongalala, fuck off. Cannot stand them. Yes, Japan is one big kink, this is true. Japan is indeed a fetishist's paradise. They've got a lot of them. You know, it's not like anyone else was getting into eyeball licking. Remember that? Remember when that came along? When was that? 2012 or something? You know, everyone's just going about their lives, just... no real problems. Life was pretty easy. I mean, people were kind of worried about the end of the world, I guess. But then, next thing you know, oh! The Japanese are licking each other's eyeballs. Okay, that's kind of great. Oh, come on, Potato, you must have remembered that. It was a big thing at the time. Like, you know, the Japanese were licking each other's eyeballs, and then they found out that that's actually bad, you know, their eyeballs get infected. I mean, who would have thought? But yeah, they were licking each other's eyeballs, and you can even see that in the visual novels of the time. Like the eroge. Like, they're doing some eyeball licking in there, and it's interesting. It's very interesting. I didn't want to remember that, but thanks. Well, I'm sorry to do that to you. But seriously, like, they were doing that. And I think they only stopped because people's eyes were getting infected. Like, their eyeballs were turning red. It was like pink eye, but worse. And, well, perhaps not worse than pink eye, but it was similar to that. And it wasn't good. But I think that's the only reason why they stopped doing that. Outside of that, I'm sure they would have been A-okay with continuing along those lines. But, yeah, it wasn't really the nicest thing in the world. But I still love them, the Japanese. I'll always love them. Oh no, don't say that. Oh, that's disgusting. Honey, you got the lettuce in my eye. Stop, don't, ooh, that's disgusting. If anyone's eating, I'm sorry. But anyway, what should we do next? Doomlink, please use your brain. You did a tundra quest because you wanted to mine pure crystals. Oh, fucking hell. How do I keep doing this to myself? Okay, well... what am I gonna do? He actually doesn't want to do anything, he's just happy to do anything, so... Descended to Hades 2-man. My brain is absent today, but... I would have thought that I would have been able to pull myself in. Like, pull my head in and maybe actually do something with myself. Like, actually achieve making the, whatever it's called. You know, that hammer. That hammer. But apparently mining pure crystals is too difficult for me. How are the hunts coming along? Pretty good, Vernon. Pretty good. I had a guy, have a bit of an emotional outburst in the Twitch chat over what I was saying shortly after you left. He made a Twitch account called You Just Don't Get It or something like that. And then he went and had a bit of a moment in the Twitch chat, but outside of that, it was fairly normal. I don't know what to do. I don't know what I would like to do, man. I guess we'll just keep on doing stuff. 3 Barioth, here we go. This is my last chance to mine pure crystals. Let's do it. Keep it in mind, Doomlink. You can do it, I believe in you. Every time I have the opportunity to mine pure crystals, I'm just like, this is a fun hunt. Yeah, let's talk about whatever the current conversation is, which is fine, but it'd be nice to actually remember to mine pure crystals for a change. What would I like to use? Let's go longsword, something simple. Ahahaha! Fire longsword. The longsword that I've been wanting to use, but have yet to use until now. I really just need, for now, Vernon, is just pure crystals. That's really what I need. And, yeah. Outside of that, it's laggy dynamos. Abyssal laggy dynamos, that is to say. And, yeah, because I do need the nether bow. I would like that. Is it, where is it? Here. No. Ugh. Pack mentality. Alright, so this longsword, as I said in the previous recording, not too good sharpness-wise, but this shouldn't really cause any problems against Barioth. There's nothing on Barioth that should reflect my green sharpness attacks, I don't think so. Anyway. My phone is really far away. That wasn't good. I'm not even going to tell you how that happened. It has to do with the fact that there's a big long cable connecting between the Wiimote and the fucking controller, and it likes to hook itself around things. I'm just going to get my phone, because I usually like to keep my phone handy while I'm live, in case something important happens, or comes up. Nothing important came up. But I will check my emails. I might do that. I'm only live. Oh. Had Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links up. Any of you play Yu-Gi-Oh? I don't really play Yu-Gi-Oh! I used to when I was a kid, but... because when I was a kid, Yu-Gi-Oh! Was the big thing, you know. Early 2000s, my god. That was a big thing. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, you know, I wouldn't have recommended it 4 years ago, but now, pretty good game. Pretty good game. There's a lot to do in it. Oh yeah. That's what Yu-Gi-Oh! Did. It would take over an entire school, you know. Everyone playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I miss that. Pokemon cards didn't really take off too much over here in Australia. They sort of did, but maybe they were bigger in the 90s, but yeah, maybe I missed the boat on that one. Poor Lazarus. I don't mind Lazarus. He's cool. He's very easygoing. He doesn't mind at all. He's a cool guy. I like him. He might be one of my favourite hunters to hunt with. He's very laid back. But I think I was kind of hoping to get a third in that time, but it just didn't happen. Just didn't happen. Let's check those emails. What we got? Anything interesting? No. Okay. Doomlink is gonna go and mine. But only at one node, I think. After these 8 hours, I will be a much happier person. Last working shift. Well, I'm sure you will be. I refused to get into Yu-Gi-Oh! When it was popular. I sat and played Pokemon by myself. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. I can respect that. I don't know which one ends up being the better card game. I don't really know if Pokemon's a good card game. But, yeah. Pokemon wasn't as big of a thing over here. Pokemon... I guess Pokemon was always around, but it never really took over like Yu-Gi-Oh! Did. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was like a thing. It was an absolute thing. And then Beyblades and all that. Oh god. Remember Beyblades? Holy fuck, man. Someone was telling me... It was a friend of mine. They had like metal spikes on their Beyblade and that was actually dangerous. And I think some kid lost their eye. Was that you, Potato? I think it was you telling me that. That you had metal spikes on your... like fucking razor blades on your Beyblade and some kid fucking got seriously hurt. I mean... Oh, because I remember talking about Beyblades during one of my Twilight Princess recordings, and I think that was Potato telling me that he had this fucking razor blade on his... Oh, that's terrible. We're about to find out if that was him. I think it was him. I mean, who else would it be? Oh, a kid in your school superglued razor blades. and poked one of his eyes out. Well, good. I'm glad it didn't affect someone else. If you're going to be dumb enough to glue razor blades on your fucking Beyblade, then I would hope that it would be you who would suffer the consequences, not someone else. Because then that's an innocent bystander being brought into the misfortunes of your mistakes. Anyway. Yes, Magic the Gathering is actually a good card game. I wouldn't say that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a good card game. It's ridiculous. Like, some of the cards, I mean, if you want to complain about balancing, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a mess. It's just a joke. It's almost like, it's all about who has the best cards. There's not much strategy to it, you know. It's all about building the deck, and then the deck just does the work for you. But, and I don't know much about Magic, but my understanding of it is that it is more skill-based, so. Oh, it used to be good. Yu-Gi-Oh! Was really good, but it got really messy. And it didn't take long, it only took like a few years. Give it like 4 years and it just turned into a joke, because all these fucking cards existed. That just threw the balancing out totally. Alright, let's... I didn't even... Did I? I did mine, didn't I? I did, but I didn't get any pure crystals. Okay. Yeah, Magic has become expensive. It definitely has. It's because it's an older game, unfortunately. Blame the collectors. That's all I can say. Yeah, I have respect for Magic. And Magic obviously preceded them all. Preceded Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! And, yeah, it's good. I just haven't gotten into it, and I don't think I ever will. I'm not a card game guy. I have to tell you, I'm not a card game guy, but I don't mind doing a little bit of mindless Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. I don't mind a bit of that, but I'm not much of a card game person. Probably because you can only have so much time for so much stuff, but... Oh dear. Oh, Hearthstone. Okay. Hearthstone. That's a fairly new one, isn't it? That was only like... Maybe... No, not even... Was it even 15 years ago when Hearthstone came out? I don't think so. I think it was even more recent than that. But Hearthstone's interesting. Hearthstone has an interesting community. I'm not going to speak about it, but... Every person I've ever met who played Hearthstone... I'll leave it at that. 2013? I thought it was older than that. Shit, I thought it was like a... Well, shit. Okay. 2013? I thought it was at least like... I thought it was like maybe Wrath of the Lich King era for World of Warcraft, but I guess not. I had a feeling it was Wrath of the Lich King era. Oh well. I know it's Blizzard's card game. Yeah. I was trying to... I was relating it to expansions in World of Warcraft, and for some reason, I thought it was around that time. Oh well. Oh, you were a Yu-Gi-Oh! Player before you discovered Magic. Well, that's one way to get yourself out of Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't have too much respect for people who play Yu-Gi-Oh! Really seriously and professionally. I don't think he spawns there, Lazarus. I think he's more over here. Like, about here or something like... Oh no, he's absolutely right. Well, that's okay. Good on him. Oh, he's doing a shield attack. Oh, Lazarus, I feel bad for you. I would have pulled out my paintballs, but I was too slow there. I'll just do the full combo, try to get to yellow. Try to break that arm. Oh, the power creep is... do you play Duel Links, Potato? What's your experience with it? Because Duel Links was broken, like, almost from the beginning. Because it's balanced around ultra rare cards that you get in the boxes that you roll for. You don't have to spend money, but it helps. But yeah, it's very much balanced around rare cards, or ultra rares, or it was originally. You don't play it much. Well, it was so heavily balanced around ultra rares, and then when these different decks came into play, I mean, at the moment it's a joke. It's turned into blue eyes bullshit. You know, it's like, how quickly can you get blue eyes on the field? That's what it's turned into now, at least in PvP. And there are some fucking stupid cards for blue eyes decks, I'll tell you that much. At least from what I've been able to gather. I have no interest in that. There's nothing, I mean, it started with Kyberman, but then it got stupid somewhat recently. It's all very silly. It's all very silly. It did not take a different route to the physical game. It was almost chronological, I will tell you. It was almost chronological from the beginning of Yu-Gi-Oh! Until now, and the reason why was because they were... what they did with Duel Links is they had the original Yu-Gi-Oh!, then they had GX, then they had 5Ds, then Zexal, then V-Rains. They actually followed the chronology of Yu-Gi-Oh! And following that, they had all the cards being available to the players. So it was like... But the problem was that the issue with original Yu-Gi-Oh! Reared its ugly head much sooner in-game than it did in real life. That much I can tell you. God, Carver High is really doing some work for me here. Seriously? You're a 5Ds guy. Potato. I mean, look, I've never watched 5Ds. You know why? Because when it released, I was so against the whole idea of card games on motorcycles. It was so stupid to me that I couldn't even for a moment entertain the thought of watching it. And then, I mean, GX I gave a chance and it was alright. I didn't mind GX at all. I kind of liked the whole Duel Academy setting. I enjoyed that. There were some issues with it. At least I watched it in Japanese. So in other words, Yuki Judai as opposed to Jaden Yuki. And, you know, etc. I think it was Manjome Jun instead of... You know, all that business. I know all the Japanese names, but not so much. I'm having to remember that. Oh, it was Chaz Princeton. It goes from Manjome Jun to Chaz Princeton. That's a bit of a change, isn't it? But yeah. Anyway, I watched the Japanese version of GX, but and I kind of enjoyed that. But yeah, RXYan, I was first considering getting into World of Warcraft when Wrath of the Lich King dropped. When that was just absolutely the biggest thing since sliced bread in all the video game stores, that's when I was thinking of getting into... I mean, I remember was it Wrath of the Crusade? It's like something to do with Crusade. It wasn't Wrath of the Crusade or something like... maybe it is what it was called. Anyway, that was... I remember when that came out, but wasn't interested. But Wrath of the Lich King, I was kind of... No, it couldn't have been. Burning Crusade, that's right. Burning Crusade. So when Burning Crusade came out, I was kind of interested. But when Wrath of the Lich King dropped, I was like, yeah. I'd like to get into this. But you know what? I was young at the time and my mum said, you're not fucking playing that. She didn't actually say fucking. She didn't swear to me. I was never sworn to by my parents. But she said, you're not playing that. And I said, okay, fine, I won't. So I didn't. And the reason why was because all the parents were so frightened by how addicting World of Warcraft was. There was a scare campaign about how addictive it was, and I guess it was very addictive, it was true. But, yeah. RuneScape is still the best MMO you've ever played. What is happening? Well, okay, maybe RuneScape was good. It is true that everyone's complaining about there never being a good MMO. Everyone's just like, ugh. Every MMO I ever play is just not good. And there is some truth to that, but maybe RuneScape was really the one that did it right. And maybe when RuneScape was fairly new, people thought we can do better than this, and then time passed and people looked back and were like, oh shit, RuneScape actually kind of did it right. You can't really do better than that. So maybe RuneScape is very good. I remember playing it, I think it was 2008. I think I jumped on RuneScape and I recall fishing and then I just stopped playing. I don't know. It didn't grab me at the time. But I think the last thing I did in RuneScape was do a bit of fishing and then, yeah, I'm not sure. All of my friends were playing World of Warcraft while I was chilling alone in RuneScape, pretending to be a girl so guys would give me free gold. That's one way to play, yeah. 20 hours chopping trees, I don't know about that. I mean, RuneScape, okay, if you guys played RuneScape, how do you feel about the new build of the game? Because I don't even know what it looks like. I just remember RuneScape, I think it was in 2011, 2012 or something, drastically changed. They drastically changed RuneScape. How do you feel about that? I need you to weigh in on that for me, because I don't know how it works. Oh, Vernon absolutely hates World of Warcraft, good to know. I've got issues with it. I did end up playing it, but it's one of those games that really sucks the life out of you and you don't really get much in return, you know? It is one of those games. If it sucks the life out of you, you need to get something in return. I feel like Monster Hunter can do that, and you get something in return. But World of Warcraft is just, it's like a void. Oh. Oh. Trying to look for gay people in MapleStory in 2006. I see. Well, I think Ethan was talking about playing MapleStory. Oh, actually, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there. That was, yeah, ignore what I just said. But oh, I'm glad he's not watching. But seriously, yeah, good old MapleStory. Fucking hell. It's good to know that they did actually come out with old school RuneScape for those who prefer. I had a friend in school who played RuneScape from the beginning and continued to play it. I wonder how he's doing. He was interesting. He was more of an acquaintance than a friend, I recall. I've never had a person see my handwriting and go, I love your handwriting, and then 2 years later, you look at his handwriting and it's my handwriting. I'm like, whoa. That happened with him. That was really strange. That guy who played RuneScape, I remember it was, this was in 2009, he looked at my handwriting one day and he was like, your handwriting's so good. And I was like, what? Okay. I've never really thought that way about my handwriting. And then he started to copy it, and then years later, probably 3 years later, 4 years later, I looked at his handwriting, and I'd never looked at someone's handwriting and seen and thought it was my handwriting, but I looked at it and it was my handwriting. I'm like, what? That's my handwriting. It was really weird. I've never had someone copy my handwriting before, but he did. And it's so strange. I mean, my handwriting's not particularly special, but it's unique, I guess. Some people have trouble reading it, but it's, I guess, stylistic, if anything. But it's... You know, I had my piano teacher... Where's the connection? I'll tell you. Where's the connection? That really is the question. My piano teacher! No, I had a piano teacher that had doctor's handwriting. In other words, you could not read this woman's handwriting. It was horrendous. I don't know how you could possibly have handwriting this bad, but she would write a sentence on paper. You could not read it. It was illegible. Just fucking nothing. Looking for my people as a 14-year-old. I could tell you some stories about that, Takashi. I could tell you some stories about that. But, yeah, my piano teacher could not fucking write. And why I've decided to tell you that, I don't know, but it struck me as very odd at that time. And I was learning piano at like age 11 or something like that. And at that time I was like, how can an adult write so terribly? It was strange to me. I was thinking, fuck. Her fingers were for the keyboard, I suppose so. Your current boss can't write. I mean, how do you get by in life being unable to write? It's not as important now as it used to be, admittedly. I mean, a lot of stuff is typed these days, which is a funny thought, but imagine people who are from a previous generation. A generation where everything was written, like you, rather than write emails, you would write letters. Imagine receiving a letter from a person whose handwriting is illegible. I mean, what do? You can't get anything out of it because you're just sitting there. I mean, you have to spend like 30 minutes trying to decipher this shit, and you're just like, well, what if you misinterpret it? I mean, it's a mess. It's actually terrible. I don't know how those people got by in those days. It feels weird saying those days, but I guess I did grow up in the technological age in a way. So I shouldn't be too far removed from the current era, but yeah. You want me to do Jade Baroth? I can do that. Yeah, why not? Jade Baroth, let's see what we got. Hahaha, I got double Jade Baroth. I like your thinking, Vernon. We're still going ahead with the Tundra because I'm so fucking desperate for those pure crystals. I didn't get any last time. I mined at the node that seems to have the best chance for pure crystals before. I will go with fire again, but I won't use this longsword. I'll use something else. Eat for Explorer? Yeah, I should do that. You, both Takashi and Vernon are trying to get my pure crystals for me. You know, I almost gave up. Subconsciously, I gave up on that, but I'll do it. Let's do it. Let's go Awaken Fire. We want, here we go, Raider's Savagery. I will try to get Feline Explorer. That's my impression of her. Sounds exactly like that. Don't care what you have to say about it. That is the reality. She sounds exactly like that. And it doesn't sound like a human being speaking. As I said, there is a fixed skill for Explorer in this game. It is. And he's eaten, or rather he has used, a gourmet voucher. The fixed skill for Explorer is fish and drink. So let's go and get Explorer. Unlucky cat! Oh no. I might have actually looked for a different Explorer skill. Had I actually taken note of the fact that I had unlucky cat on that one, but okay. What do I bring for that? Ancient Potion? I must have an Ancient Potion in this game. Do I not? Oh my god. Okay, how do I make Ancient Potions again? It's Kelby Horn and Immunizer? Something like that? Has something to do with Kelby Horns. Kelby Horn. Kelby Horn and... Well, oh, I've got Immunizers. What the fuck? Why do I have Immunizers? Okay, Kelby Horn Immunizer. Hey! Sometimes having good memory helps. Okay, give me that Ancient Potion, please. I'm gonna need it. Okay. My handwriting looks like someone trying to shape out letters of the alphabet with their piss. That's horrendous. Why not use the combo list? I wasn't sure if I had actually combined for Ancient Potions before. That's kind of why I decided to do that. I didn't really need an Ancient Potion there at all, but I decided to drink it seeing as though I already had it. Alright. Thoughts on Kelby Bow? Not a fan. I think Kelby Bow is probably the most mindless way for a person to use bow. I'm sure that there is a generation of hunters whose first experience with the bow weapon type is by way of Kelby Deershot. And it's kind of sad, but it's kind of the It's the win button, I suppose. It's the figurative win button that people sometimes refer to in video games. That's certainly what the Kelby Deer Shot is. I'm not a fan. But if people use it in-game, I'm not going to stop them. I'm not so averse to it that I will tell people to put it away. Like, I'm going to angrily say, put that fucking weapon away. I'm not going to stop them, but I would never use it myself. Okay, I think I've got the pure crystals that I need. Yeah, well, yeah, I do, definitely. Give me all the pure crystals. Thank you guys for keeping me... Thanks for keeping the task on task. Yeah. Thanks for keeping me on task. There we go. I just translated from Doomlink to English, so... Oh yeah, that's right, Enten. I will judge them, but I won't stop them. 4 pure crystals in 1 run. I guess Explorer really is the way you do it. Who would have fucking thought? I love how he just goes to one random place and starts rolling in the snow. That's pretty funny. It makes a little more sense with the mud, but the snow, come on. It's kind of fun though. I do like Jade Baroth. I very much enjoyed him in Portable Third. Thought he was a very cool monster. I guess snow's kind of sticky. Can be. I don't know much about snow. Being in Australia, I have very limited experience with snow. I've probably only seen snow once in my life properly. We do have snow in Australia, but you have to go to high altitude in order to get to it. And I've only been to high altitude once. And it was very interesting being around snow for the first time. I guess I was kind of shocked by how cold it was to touch. I mean, who would have fucking thought snow being cold to the touch? What a strange concept. No, but snow is a weird thing for me. But given that a lot of my friends are in Europe, I do not want to live in a place where it snows. Snow is terrible. It's fun for a little while, but if you've got prolonged periods of snowfall, it's terrible. It ruins everything. It's just a nasty thing. So, yeah. I've heard it from the perspective of my European friends enough to not want snow. Exactly. And then you wait for months for it to go away. It's not fun at all. And I can't imagine driving in snow. How can you drive in snow? That's one thing I can't comprehend. I mean, yeah, snow tires, fair enough, but what? Oh, well. I'm sure some people can do it without difficulty, but... or in spite of difficulty. You're in Utah, Vernon? It snowed today there. Good to know. 4-wheel drive. Yeah, well, I suppose you'd need that, wouldn't you? 4-wheel drive. Oh god, ice blight. Oh, someone salts the roads so they melt. That's interesting. Didn't know that. That may very well be common knowledge, you know, that people salt the roads when it's snowing, but that's totally unknown to me. That's my pure inexperience with living in an environment where snow falls. We just don't get snow in winter. We get a bit of rain. But that's it. It's never close to snowing where I am. Never. The lowest the temperature gets is about, at nights, about 5 degrees Celsius. Doesn't get colder than that where I am. And even then, that's extremely cold where we are. Usually it's sitting more around 9 at nights in the deep winter. Oh yeah, snowstorm driving is not... no, I can imagine what that would be like. Maybe not truly, because it's probably one of those things you need to experience to really understand how dangerous it is, but I can imagine the dangers of it and I wouldn't want to do that. Oh, fucking ice blight. This is not good. I really want to get my charge up, especially here that he is, or rather now that he is exhausted, so let's get our demonized mode ready. Here we go. 25 miles per hour for driving in snow. Fuck that. That's one monster dead. Sharpen up. That's the smart way to do it, Vernon. When it comes to driving, the place where I'm most connected to emotionally would be the Isle of Man. That's why I wear this necklace around my neck. That's the Manx Triskelion. In the Isle of Man, it's a British isle in the middle of the Irish Sea. Just terrible weather. Wind and rain and fog. There is a road in the Isle of Man called the Mountain Road, and it is quite often closed because of the treacherous conditions on the mountain road. And people are always dying there. It's like, you know, typical. Always car crashes, always people dying on the mountain road. But the fog is terrible on the mountain road, but there are idiots on the island who drive like it doesn't matter. They drive in the fog at ridiculous speeds, and basically, I mean, they're literally driving to die. And it's just, it's crazy. I mean, some people don't have regard for themselves or for the people around them. What I realize is that it's not just about what regard you have for yourself. It's not just about what risks you're willing to take for yourself. You have to realize that what you're doing is not just putting yourself in jeopardy, it's putting those around you in jeopardy. And it's always the case, isn't it, that when someone takes risks for themselves on the road, they come out perfectly fine, and then some family of 3 are dead. You know, it's always like that. And I hate that. You get that with drink driving, you get that with people who drive stupidly in wet weather, fog, snow, all of that. It's always people who just don't have any regard for themselves, and then innocent bystanders come off second best, and they live to tell the tale. It's not right, and I hate that. It's the way of the world in the end, but you know what that is? It's because those people have to live with their mistakes. It is the ultimate lesson, you know, to have people's lives, or rather the deaths of people hanging on your head, or hanging over your head, and it's a nasty lesson to learn, isn't it? But if you're willing to take risks for yourself, and then you don't really care whether or not you come face to face with death, because in the end, if you're dead, you don't have to worry about it. But if you're alive and you've got people's deaths hanging over your head, that should change the way you approach life, I would say. But anyway. Just a random point. I was reminded of it by Vernon talking about driving very slowly in snow conditions. I'm reminded of the fog on the mountain road in the Isle of Man, and some people in fog do not drive slowly. And if it's wet and if there's fog, you do not drive stupidly. Lest you crash your car, ruin someone's life. You know, what if a person isn't killed but instead has some crippling injury for the rest of their life? It's pretty terrible. Anyway, fun conversation. It's a fairly terrible thing, but that's the nature of the world. Life is treacherous. Hopefully we can get this barrel killed fairly soon. I'm happy that I have Lazarus with me. He's cool. He's a cool guy. Because I've been hunting with him a lot recently. I've hunted with him 3 days in a row. I've been bothered by the fact that his name is so close to Lazarus. But he's a really cool guy. He's a high hunter rank. And he's really laid back. He types when he needs to. And he gets it. He's a fun hunter. Oh, okay, go over that way. He went over that way, which was away from me, but he eventually ended up hitting me. I don't think it's worthwhile having him go to the secret area. There's no real reason to. I've got all the dragon bone relics I could ever want. I do like going into that secret area. I think it's really cool that they have a secret area that can only be accessed by a monster limping, breaking through it. That's a really cool idea for the tundra. But I have no real reason to... Oh, he's gonna eat, is he? Okay. I'm very hungry. Well, that was a great perspective on his death there. I should have kept that rolling. Because that would have been quite entertaining to just watch this barely visible dying Jade Baroth. Well, I guess I could replace my potions with the Jade Baroth Chine. I don't really think I need chines for anything. I've actually got a Jade Baroth hammer in this game, you know. Or is it in this game or Portable Third where I have it? I think it's in this game, maybe even both. But the Jade Baroth hammer is actually a pretty decent ice hammer. I don't mind it at all. Alright. Well, again, thank you for everyone, or thank you to everyone for keeping me on task with pure crystals, because I probably would have just given up, honestly, but I did eat for Explorer, and I've got myself all the pure crystals I could ever need, at least for now. Hopefully I don't need many more after this. I think I'm going to need quite a few more, actually, because I do still have at least 2 more weapons after this to make for my awakened weapons, and that's probably going to involve very similar materials. In other words, pelagisite ore, pure crystals, things like that. Lots of ore. The stuff that's kind of hard to come by. I'm surprised not more people have joined. Or rather, no more people have joined. Speak English, come on then. You're pretty good with English, Doomlink. You can speak better than this. Apparently not. Anyway. I think I've got hot drinks here, yes I do. That should do the trick. So now, we have what I believe to be an Ice Awaken Hammer, is that right? I think it's ice. I won't be able to see when I upgrade it here, but... Oh, excuse me, lightning, thunder, you know what I mean. So, my Ice Hammer Awaken, I think. What is it again? I'm going to check, because I'm interested. Oh, is the Onslaught. I have that? No, what? I actually have that. That's one that I made almost without thinking. I made the Onslaught. Check this thing out. Oh, Lazarus left. Well, it would have been nice if you said goodbye, man. I've been pretty, well, maybe he disconnected, you never know, but... It would have been nice if he said goodbye. Because I like him. Oh, shit. Oh, he's back. Yeah, he did disconnect. I need to... maybe delete some fire herbs, or sell... Yeah, he left and then says, oops, he must have accidentally left somehow. I didn't think he was going to do that. Well, don't do that. Sell them. I don't need this many stacks of heavy armor spheres. Same with hard armor spheres. Don't need that many. Same with regular armor spheres. I'm going to cull that to 3 stacks, actually. Just wanted to check farm, but muscle memory took over. I like that guy. So, Awaken Hammer. And my Ice Awaken Hammer is the Onslaught, which I made very easily. Very easily. In fact, I think I was working on it a long time ago, and I just fully upgraded it without difficulty. I don't think I've ever even discussed on camera having this thing, but it's a reasonable hammer. It's not amazing, but it's pretty decent. Nothing wrong with it. Oh dear. You think it was live when Oh! No. Steve Irwin's death was recorded live? I don't think so. Was it actually? If so, then that's... I don't know, I think that would be well known. I don't think that would be information to be suppressed. And the information would only be suppressed if it weren't common knowledge. It's been filmed, but I don't think... You watched the death of Steve Irwin on television. Potato. I'm sure you would have watched it on the news, but I don't think it was ever aired. It's extreme, like that's not... You don't just air that, like you can't... It wouldn't have been filmed live anyway. Look, when he died, I didn't care. I'll go out on record and say that. I didn't really care. I didn't really gravitate towards Steve Irwin personally, because he was such a caricature. He was more for people outside of Australia. It was a big deal when he died, and he was a nice guy, to my understanding, but... He did mess around with animals a little bit. He had the best of intentions, but he messed around with animals a little bit, and but I don't... Maybe I shouldn't even say that, because that sort of opens a can of worms and might invite discussion that I wouldn't want to get into, just because I don't really know what I'm talking about, but I feel that he did open himself up to what happened, either way. But I do regret what happened to him, and yeah, it didn't hit me like it hit a lot of other people. Yeah, the footage definitely wouldn't be released. Who is Steve-O? Who isn't Steve-O? Fucking leaving Lazarus hanging around doing nothing. I will actually find a quest to do with him. Hit you like a truck? I'll tell you what, like Americans, particularly, because it was a big thing in America. Steve Irwin was Australia to Americans at the time. And his death was it was incredible to them. Incredibly sad, but to me it was, I wasn't surprised, because he always seemed to put himself in danger with animals, and I always felt that nature would bite back, you know. I always had that feeling in my mind. I always felt nature will bite back on this guy. And it did, and when it happened, I was neither surprised, nor did I feel great sadness, because I didn't gravitate towards his stuff. But, yeah, he was the crocodile hunter. They called him the crocodile hunter, because, I mean, that kind of says it all, doesn't it? Crocodile hunter? But I believe they called him that. Hopefully I'm not getting confused with someone else, but I believe they called him that. Now the word hunter, you know, hunter, protector... I mean, generally you don't call a conservationist a hunter, but I mean maybe that was just for TV. They called it that for TV, sort of like as a way to get people interested in what the content was about, but he was always getting in there wrestling crocodiles, and admittedly I didn't watch the program, so maybe he was doing it for their benefit. In fact, he likely was, but it always looked like he was... Oh, Steve-O is the guy from Jackass. I don't know who Steve-O is. Fucking hell. The Jackass guys are foolish. I only know Preston from Jackass because my friend that I got into the Soul series a number of years ago, I think it was in 2010, we were sitting there watching one of the Jackass films, and I had the unpleasant experience of watching them... They were drinking Preston's sweat. And when I watched that, I thought, yeah, no. I think this is not the sort of thing that I'm generally entertained by. I'll pass on that. But, yeah. He did die how he lived, that is true. He died how he lived. I think that's definitely a good point. I think you can show compassion to those people, but he certainly died how he lived, and I don't think he regretted his death. I think his death was something that he was content with. That's what I think. People killing stingrays as revenge for Steve's death, that's disgusting. That's fucking filthy. I hope that's not true. That's horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. Let's do 3 Rathalos. I'm sorry to leave you sitting here waiting for so long, Lazarus, only for me to say 3 Rathalos. That's not very exciting at all, but there's only 2 of us. And I don't really have anything else that I would want to do right now. Anyway. Remember when I said that I would do 2.5 hours? It's never that, is it? It's never that. It's always like me sitting here just recording forever and never stopping. If what you said is true, Potato, and people actually went out killing stingrays, or manta rays, as I understand it was a manta ray that killed him, that is sickening, and I wish harm upon those who did that, really, because that level of ignorance is dangerous to humanity, not just to the animal kingdom, but it's dangerous to humanity to be that ignorant, I feel. Let's go longsword. I'll use the Alteos Altrusta. I seem to never use the Elatrion weapons these days, and that is also the case for the Elatrion longsword. Oh yeah, time flies when you're having fun with Monster Hunter, that is true. What is he using? What is that? Oh, it's the Portsmark. I'd like to use that as well, but I don't want to go double hammer. I wouldn't do that. But Portsmark's fun. The Portsmark was changed. In this game, it's Dragon Awaken. And they changed the Awaken element to something different in 4 Ultimate. I can't remember what it is. It's like Ice or something like that. But they did change the Awaken element. It's not Dragon in 4 Ultimate. But the Portsmark's pretty cool. Well, that's exactly right. Let's avenge Steve by doing the one thing he definitely would not have wanted us to do. Could you imagine? He'd be rolling in his grave. But it is true that you can't really take responsibility for people's stupidity. I mean, you can never know how people are going to react in the heat of passion, but fucking hell, like that is not the right way to go about it. You can be angry, but imagine killing just stingrays to make yourself feel better. That's more of a personal thing. That's like, I'm going to make myself feel better by doing this. And it definitely is a violation of the spirit of Steve Irwin, in the sense that he was a lover of animals, not a hater of animals, or a person who wished them harm. So yeah, that is strange. Fans of Irwin killed at least 10 rays out of revenge, so there was actually an article about that, and that seemed to actually happen. So that's actually really fucked up. Doesn't surprise me, but it's disgusting. The negative significance is not lost on me, because that is terrible, but I'm not surprised. I'm actually not surprised at all. What does shock me is that a person who would be so emotionally affected by the death of Steve Irwin that they'd be willing to kill over it, you would think would be people who felt the same way about animals as Steve did. So they wouldn't be going out killing stingrays, but they did do that, and that's strange, and kind of shocking. Well, that's true. There's no reason why. Well, I don't think they would have done it out of fear, certainly, but doing it out of fear wouldn't be justification either, because it would be irrational. The thing, something done out of fear is not often rational, but it can be, to an extent, rationalized or justified, but yeah. That's some pretty bad stuff. And sad to hear. Very sad to hear. Oh dear. I remember exactly where I was when Steve died. I was at my grandparents' place. And I think I read it in the paper. I think I had the paper out on the table. And I'd read that Steve died. And it was weird. It was a weird moment. But yeah. Was what it was. That was 2005 from memory. It was very strange. But it didn't surprise me. You were playing Pokemon when you heard he died, I see. Yeah, it was in the morning. Might have been after breakfast or before breakfast, but it was weird. And I remember really sitting there and thinking about it, you know, I really took a snapshot in my mind and thought, wow, he's actually gone, he's departed this earth. And here I am, still kicking around. Because that's what happens with larger-than-life people. People who are more, they're beyond just human beings, they're figures, they're indeed larger than life, so it does really bring the human factor into perspective. I suppose he was the first person whose death really did that for me. Oh no. Oh shit. I can't believe, well, admittedly, we do only have 2 people. It's very quick to kill these triple monsters with a group of 4, but I guess with 2 people it can still take a little bit of time. Have we had a KO yet? Really, Takashi? I don't actually remember that. A triple cart to the Triple Rathalos quest? I vaguely remember that. I think I do remember that, yeah. I don't know why that happened, it was pretty bad. Yeah, I do remember that. That was bad. I'm kind of shocked that the team was that terrible, but that fucking happened, alright. I was confused, I know I was annoyed by it. Yeah, it was the last one, wasn't it? Fucking hell, that was a terrible quest. It feels weird using the Elatrion longsword, though. Definitely feels a little weird. You know what I'll do after this quest, guys? I'll actually jump on Monster to try. Then you guys can check it out. For those who haven't seen it in a long time, I'll jump on and show it off a little bit. Still got my character that I was on prior to the server shutting down. Yeah, I wasn't really paying attention to what I was doing. I was just, you know, playing the game, and the next thing you know, we'd fucking failed. I was sitting there going, okay, what's going on? Yes, unfortunately I won't be able to go to Lochlak for obvious reasons, but I will jump on that. It won't be too difficult to get organised while live. I'll just, you know, switch over to... I've actually got everything connected to my Wii, so yeah, we'll be able to do that pretty easily. I did actually finish my 10th anniversary for Try. I definitely did finish that, Vernon, you must have missed it. But I ended up removing that because I wasn't really happy with that series overall. I didn't... Oh, you got paintballs? Oh, sorry. Oh, I accidentally turned off the chat. Sometimes you do that. When you've got the chat open, you accidentally turn it off. I need to fix that. Hold on. Chat display on. There we go. Oh, you'll never forget the mushroom, I'm sure. Yeah, I ended up removing that series because I wasn't happy with the overall result. But, yeah, what happened was I was searching for mushrooms, And I was like 2 mushrooms short in the stupid mushroom gathering quest, and I was looking around for the mushroom nodes and none of them appeared. They refused to appear. And then I actually ran the timer out on that quest because I was looking for mushrooms and couldn't find them. And then I went and started another mushroom quest, same quest, and I gathered all mushrooms in the first area. All of the mushrooms that I needed. So that versus spending like 50 minutes, 55 minutes, well 50, on the quest was just, it was so annoying to me. When I gathered that last mushroom, I threw my controller in anger, and it actually unplugged my webcam. And after that, after plugging in my webcam again, the webcam was out of sync with the audio for the rest of that stream. It was a mess, but that was a thing, alright. You think the first part of my try stream was the first that you had ever watched? I guess other than that, that Monster Hunter Online video you found me on. It was around that time, yeah. Well, not really around that time. Well, I suppose it would have been, yeah. Anyway. That's cool. I would have been nice and composed in that Monster Hunter Online recording, and then I'm like raging in fucking try, throwing my controller. Oh really? That's strange, Vernon. I did definitely finish it. I killed Cedeus and everything. Well, I can assure you I finished it. I'll probably do another one again in the future. That's what I think I'll do. I'll do it again, because I don't really need to have it be a 10th anniversary thing, personally. Oh, it's Isaac! Check this out. He's gonna leave. Because he's gonna realize that we're actually on a quest. Watch him. This is assuming he's the person I think he is. But I think he will leave. There we go. I'm actually paying attention to the quests all of a sudden. Vernon's like, oh no, not him again. Yeah, there's a lot of that. If you ever come across people in this game that you don't really want to hunt with, unfortunately you'll likely come across them again in the future because there aren't too many people playing, so it just happens. It's just what it is. Oh dear. No, 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 no. You need to stop that. Bloody bastard. No, stop. Aim for that face. You can't underestimate the damage on that head if you're attacking with the Elytra longsword, I'll tell you what. Yeah, I'll jump on try, I'll show you guys my cluster set from the old days. Most of my armor sets in try on that second account are pretty lazy. Most of them are just full sets because I just... Back in try, I actually made my own custom mixed sets without using any armor set builders, and I'll tell you what, it took some time. It was very difficult, and I'd forgotten how I made them, and for my second account, I just didn't bother. For the most part, I just did full sets, and it was a real shame, but, yeah. And that was part of the whole problem of losing that first account. God, this has been a long hunt. It feels like it anyway. I'm used to these hunts being pretty quick, but... yeah. Oh dear, just got upswung there. Get away from that tail. But you will see that it's strange when you go from 3 Ultimate to Try. You will see that the quality of it is so much lower. And what I hope that it does is it gives you some perspective on what it was like to launch 3 Ultimate for the first time. When I launched 3 Ultimate for the first time, it was mind-blowing because I'd never played a Monster Hunter game at that resolution before, or rather at that definition. It was so high definition to my eyes, and I was so excited. And also, especially, seeing the same loading screen from Try, that was extreme. That was a big deal. Oh, I cannot watch those videos, Orange. Last day Monster Hunter Try Online videos? No way. I'm not going to watch that. I wasn't there for it for a reason. At the time, I wasn't there for it because I couldn't handle it emotionally. I'm not going to go and watch other people's recordings of it. I can't do that. My hammer play got a little rusty, huh? Yeah, I haven't played hammer properly in a long time. Mm-hmm. You did say that. You did say that. I'm glad I wasn't there. I probably wouldn't have been able to handle it. Probably would have been bawling my eyes out. But, I mean, maybe it would have been nice to be there for it. But, oh, I think I sold a true atmosphere. That was a mistake. Not a terrible mistake, but when I saw Maestro, I thought I read mounting. And I thought, mounting? That's not right. What does that say? It said Maestro. Which, of course, is the hunting horn skill. Alright, let's get Monster Hunter Try on the go, guys. Are you fucking ready? I'm ready. Oh, it's Isaac. Oh, that's right. Isaac's gonna cry. You know what, my friend? That's just bad luck, isn't it? Oh, Necros. Well, I'm sorry, Necros. He was trying to tell Isaac that he was going to make a room. Wish you could read the chat. It's so nice just to have this interaction. Alright, heading to Moga Village and then I will save and quit. And I want to head to Moga Village so you can really get a good one-to-one comparison between this and Monster Hunter Try. It's very strange, I can tell you. Stop talking to the guy, like the kid. I want to talk to the kid, fuck him. Alright. Don't do that. Send the boats out. Of course I wouldn't have level 4 on any of the boats. Just send the boat out, fuck me. Send the boat out and spare me. Alright, usually I would do what I'm about to do off camera, obviously, prior to going live, but I'll do it while live because it's not a big deal. It should be pretty easy. But, we'll try to have this be mostly seamless. I'll see what I can do. One thing I have to do is actually connect my Wiimote to my Nintendo Wii. Let me do that quickly. The annoying thing about reconnecting your controller is that if you have your classic controller connected, you have to take that out, remove the jacket, open the back, and then you've got the little button there. Okay. And then I'm glad it's just blank. I'd rather that than no signal. It's better than, because you know, usually you get the stupid no signal thing. Alright, connect the controller. Have to swap some cables. It's a bit like hot swapping, you know. Alright, might not work immediately, but should fairly soon. See what we got. Come on, baby. Well, let's deactivate again and reactivate. This is the sort of crap I have to put up with prior to going live anyway, so... Kid finally meets his hero, the guy that saved his village. The guy that saved his village says, I don't want to talk to the kid, fuck him. Yeah, exactly. Do I even have this connected? I must. I don't know. I don't. Okay. Turns out I don't have it connected, actually, it's my fault. Oh dear. Okay, so next thing. I mean, really, normally I wouldn't do this live, obviously, but this is actually what it's like sometimes. What I have to do is I have to actually open Game Capture separately to go through an initialization process to get it to work. Alright, connect, baby. Oh, unless it's... Ah, that's a good point. We need to switch to component. There we go. Check that out. Now, I always say this every time I record my Wii. I have the Wii Fit channel because I took this Wii from someone else. I do not use Wii Fit. I've never needed to use Wii Fit. I feel it necessary to say that because I realized at one time, I think it was when I was doing my Skyward Sword recording, a long time ago, my original Skyward Sword recording, I thought, people would see that Wii Fit channel and think that I use Wii Fit. I don't. Okay, so I need to... That's probably too bright, isn't it? Well, let me do my crop. 1 second. There we go, that's my Wii crop. Okay, what I just did was a delay to make sure that I'm in sync with the console. Let's head over... No, not the fucking forecast channel. You know what I was gonna say? Rainy. Okay. I will watch the intro cinematic, don't worry about that. Oh god. Check out those black bars, man. I have to change the resolution on my TV too. It doesn't affect what you're seeing, it affects what I'm seeing though. Oh dear. Wii system memory. Okay. This is the taste of history, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we used to have back in the old days. I'll boost the volume for you. Hope you can handle this potato. I hope you realise how good this looked at the time. This was amazing. Oh, this was on another level. Not necessarily in terms of gaming, but in terms of Monster Hunter. Oh, that entrance sequence for Laggy. Oh man. And that's it. That music, oh. Oh man. Look at this beautiful scene. This right here, watch this. This is one of the most powerful scenes in the whole series. You're about to see it. Oh. Yeah, I know the feeling, potato. I'm getting it too. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. That's it. That's Monster Hunter Tri. Right there. Oh. Getting emotional. Alright. Ugh. Let's go play the game. I'm literally about to sob. Oh, I can feel it, don't worry. Notice how dark it is now? One problem with this game is that the lighting is fucked. That's one problem that you've got with this game. I have to find a good brightness level for this. I'll boost it just a little bit. I don't want to boost it too much. That will probably do it. I think that'd be good. Okay, so remember this arena play. Check this out. Oh my god. Now export character. I don't know if you realize what that means, but you can actually export this character to a Wii remote. Your Wii remote has the capacity to save your arena play. You can actually export your arena play to a Wii remote, which is crazy. I'm not going to do the arena. But yeah, gallery is where you can check the Tri movies. Look at all this. Let me give you an example of what we've got here. So that was obviously your first venturing to the flooded forest. You've got a lot here. You've got all of this business. I don't know if you've got the ecologies in here. I feel like you would have the ecologies. Here's a classic. I have to play this. You used to get this every time you'd launch one of the event quests for Gen Moran. Have to play this. I unlocked this by playing online, which you can no longer access. Oh. Yes, it was. Normally what would happen there is the music would continue and then you would enter into the hunt. What I just did there is the closest you can really get to hunting Gen Moran in this game, because you can't really. The only way you'd be able to do it is by modding the game in an emulator. Like, I obviously am not doing this in an emulator. I was almost tempted to do the Cedeus cutscenes there, but I don't want to sit through cutscenes the whole time. I'm here to play the game. Lord Zor, start the game. The crazy thing about this is that you can get multiple... Okay, let's look at this for a second. You can have 6 files, each with, to my understanding, 3 characters. So I guess you can have 18 characters if you ever needed that many. I don't know why you would need that many, but I guess, yeah, if you really need that many, you can... Ugh. I mean, there's not that much content in the game, so I guess you might need to. Here she is. This is the last character that I used in online in Monster Hunter Tri. This is not my original. This is the one that I did for that series. I actually have my cluster set equipped here. The Elatrion cluster set. Let's go. Woo. Are you ready, Potato? Oh dear. I laugh because I know what it does to Potato, because it does it to me too. Oh dear. Once upon a time, this would load to 100, and then you'd make your way into a network mode that's quite similar to 3 Ultimate, visually. Except it would load you into Locklack, and you would have to physically walk somewhere in order to access the rooms that people had posted. Oh no, you actually shed a tear. Oh dear. Yeah, unfortunately it's going to sit here for a little while. It's not going to sit here forever. The game just wants to make absolutely sure it can't connect to anything. Of course it cannot, but it will eventually realise that it can't make it in there. Come on. How long does it take? Please refrain from making offensive or illegal statements. Wow. Please be friendly and mind your manners when talking with other players. That was generally not an issue. People were very nice in Tri. Come on. You're not connecting to anything. Just give up. I know it doesn't get stuck here. It will tell you that you can't connect. Eventually. I've done it before. but it's really not wanting to break away from this. People are going to be... Imagine if people come into this expecting 3 ultimate and they see this screen, they're going to be like, he's playing Try online? Oh, that would be funny. No, that's obviously not happening, but it doesn't want to leave this screen apparently. I don't know why. In my memory of it was that, oh yeah, don't give your home address, phone number, or any other personal information online. Yeah, that would be a bad idea. Bad idea. I don't know what an illegal statement would be, RxYarn. I'm not sure, but I guess it depends on what country you're in. They say it assuming that you're, I don't know, in Thailand and you told the king to go fuck himself or something, I don't know. Yeah, Orange Boy, the music for Monster Hunter Tri is extremely impressive. At this rate, I'm just gonna... Oh, here we go. I was about to just disconnect. Unable to connect to the internet. Confirm the internet settings of the Wii U console. Well, the reason why it can't connect to the internet is because there are no servers. This is connecting to nothing. Unfortunately, there's nothing going on there. That is error code 51030. And there you go. That's city mode. Fun. I forgot about that. The Japanese players did have to pay to play online. I had totally forgotten about that. Let's go to the village. Are you ready for a very drab-looking Moga village? Check this out. It's drab because the game was very muddy. Look at this. Look at it. Like, compare this to what you were just seeing. This is why I wanted you to have a one-to-one comparison between 3 Ultimate and this game. This looked totally normal, okay? But once you had 3 Ultimate as a point of reference, going back to this, it looks really muddy. And it's really crazy to come back here and look at this and go, wow, this looks really muddy. Because it didn't feel that way at the time. It just felt like Moga Village, and it was great. 3U is how Tri looks in your memories, yeah, it's true. But can you believe that this is actually what it looked like at the time? It's just kind of muddy and gross. Look at this though. Is this not pure nostalgia? Look at this. Don't you love it? What I said this before, Potato, and this would have happened with you as well, but it's kind of shocking how much your memories of Tri are overwritten by 3 Ultimate, because they are such similar games that a lot of what you remember from Tri ends up being what you saw in 3 Ultimate. But there's a lot different here. There's a lot different. Now, oh, get a rundown on what's going on in Moga Village, okay. Who's calling out to me? What do you want? I heard someone calling out to me. Hello, lady. Fishmongeress. Check all box. As you can see, I didn't do much in the offline village here. I've got all the boats fully upgraded. Here we go. Same shit. Sending your boats out is basically the same. They've got the boat level somewhere different. Looks slightly different here, but for the most part it's the same. That's true. For the benefit of those who never played Tri and don't know how bowguns work, get a load of this. The fuck's going on here? What's going on? What's all this? Too much going on. You know, this used to be bowgunning, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. Every single piece of this gun shoots its own ammunition and actually contributes. See, what this means is that each piece, of which there are 3, frame, barrel, and stock, have different ammunition that it shoots. And that last column there actually tells you your total shots. So you can see for this gun I'm shooting 2 cluster level 1, 5 cluster level 2, 2 cluster level 3. And that's very interesting because I'd forgotten that I actually shot cluster level 2. But actually cluster level 2 is the ideal for this. My skills are recoil down +3, load up, cluster S all up, and half stun. Now half stun is achieved through this really good talisman that I have. It's classed S+, which is at +5, and then stun +10. So a lot of people would turn up to cluster runs with recoil down +3, load up and cluster S all up, and that's it. And that would be the ideal set, but I managed to get another skill in there because I had a good talisman. And this was the ideal set. This was it. And I have all this money because I was just selling Elatrion stuff, basically. Whew. But yeah, that's it. And you've got the gunner pouch here, that's why it says item pouch gunner. This was the beginning of having a gunner pouch, basically. Got the cat here to speak with, to eat, as always. Not doing too well in the way of fresh ingredients, but whatever. Got Riser High. There will be some skills in here that you're unfamiliar with. Fraidy Cat. I don't remember what Fraidy Cat does. What else is there? It seems like Fraidy Cat's the only one that's unfamiliar, but... or the only one that would be unfamiliar, but... for the most part, yeah. It's the same as 3 Ultimate, but there are certain things that are different. One thing that's interesting to note, I'll show you in the box. This is important to discuss. Where have we got? Here we go. So, look at all these. Actually, I don't have all the different types of berries, strangely, but we've got Fire Douse Berry, Water Block Seed, Storm Sender Seed. Now, the relevance that that has is that back in Tri, which was the first game where blights were introduced, you actually couldn't use nullberries because they didn't exist. There was no such thing as a nullberry. To remove a blight from yourself, you had to actually consume a seed that corresponded to the blight. In other words, Fire Douse Berry was used for Fire Blight, Water Block Seed was for Water Blight, etc, etc. And then they simplified it in Portable Third with nullberries, which probably wasn't a bad idea, but it was interesting because it was a significant change. Now again, certain things that you forget, like Kurapeko being all pink. This is Uragan down here. No, this is Uragan. Where's Uragan? Agnaktor? Uragan, look, Uragan's red. I remember, in my mind's eye, I remembered Uragan being this colour. Oh, Stouthorns, remember these? Fucking hell. These were hard to get. Stouthorns. But yeah, Uragan, I remember him being yellow. But no, he's red in this game. Let's go and, what else have we got here? Go a quick Full Vangus. Okay, if you played Tri, you would know that Full Vangus was one of the ideal Sharpness +1 sets in the game. There are only 2 armor sets that could actually give you Sharpness +1 in Tri. Those were Vangus and Helios, or Helios. And this one was really good. It was just easy to use. This is one of the most frequently used... I'm saying it as if it's present tense. It's actually past tense. This was one of the most frequently used weapons in the online of Tri. This is Devil's Crush P. P refers to the colour of it. It's P for purple. I always thought it was P for power, and then I made the connection that it was actually referring to the colour. But, yeah, this is a really good hammer. Really good. The Joe Longsword was your favourite weapon in Tri? I should have it. There she is. Reaver Calamity. There he is. Very good weapon. Very good indeed. But I actually found myself using the Elatrion Longsword more than I used the Reaver. I made most of the weapons in this game. You have to understand this game does not have much content. It was not difficult to make most of the weapons in this game. I don't have all of them here, but I do have a lot. And, yeah. Was good. Dark Claw Demise, though. Very cool. Very cool. I will do a hunt. I'm not sure what to do, but I'm kind of tempted to gun. I could do... what have I got here? I think I've got a pierce set here, don't I? Here we go. This was my pierce set. I don't know if... I recall having a different bowgun to this back in my original character, but it seems here, in my second character, I used Rattling Gun Frame, Barioth Stock, and Giganox Barrel, which has left me with... Let's see. For Pierce, I'm shooting 6 level 1, 8 level 2, 5 level 3, which is good. Recoil is low on account of... I do not... Oh, I do have recoil down +1. Element attack down, not a problem. Not a problem at all. I can only do low rank stuff, so I have to equip a low rank set. No. You're gonna be kidding me. The reason why I have to use my high rank stuff here is because you can't get high rank stuff anymore in Tri. It's not possible. The only way you can actually do anything high rank in this game is by accessing online, which has been gone for 8 years. So I have to do high rank stuff, I'm sorry. Or rather, I have to use high rank and hunt low rank monsters. I'm going to try and not shit on them too hard, but... Look, it's going to be a challenge with certain monsters to do Pierce, so... You know, if it's a monster that really resists my ranged attacks, then we'll do that. Just gonna make sure I've got all... Oh! Didn't have potions, apparently. Well, potions help, I hear. Oh, that's right, I only had mega potions. This loadout is kind of similar to what I had for... I changed it a little bit, somewhat recently. But prior to actually... Like, this was the first time... Okay, so I think it was maybe a week ago, I came onto this particular profile for the first time since... Before even... No, not since before the Tri servers disappeared. It was before I had played 3 Ultimate. And I think my gunner pouch was untouched from when I was last doing cluster runs. It's been a little bit... It's been touched since then, but prior to that it was. But I would only ever bring mega potions for cluster runs. I would never bring regular potions. There was never a reason to. But yeah, we could do free hunt or... What have we got in the forecast? Laggy? Hey, let's do Laggy. Although I don't think I want to do underwater light bowgun for Laggy. Oh dear. Let's do it. I guess that would be enough of a challenge, wouldn't it? How are we going? We've got 140 health, 100 stamina. Yeah, that's fine. We've got Fraidy Cat and Escape Artist. You want to know how I can or rather, check what my food skills are in this game? I pick up the Wii remote. I can't believe I remembered to do this, but I have to hold A and B. Actually, just holding B will do it. See how on screen it says B for the pointer? The pointer is the Wii remote. Check this out. Okay, so Fraidy Cat is increases the likelihood of large monsters encountered in quests being weak. Fraidy Cat is Feline Weakener. How about that? I'd totally forgotten they changed the name of it. I think you can press A to actually... Yeah, so A. If you hold A, you don't actually need to keep your hand in place. If you hold A, you can move your hand as much as you want, and you can continue to read it. Yeah, I don't know how I remembered it. I think it must have been from recording Tri somewhat recently, like last year. But, yeah, this is good. This is... Because if I hold A, I don't have to actually keep it on target to continue reading it. Escape Artist obviously reduces the consumption of stamina while you are running away from a monster. In other words, doing your sprint. But yeah, this is a medium bowgun. See, when I said in the past that light bowguns are almost totally non-viable in Tri unless they have really good ammunition, like if they shoot a lot of what you want to shoot, then they can be useful, but medium bowguns can be slung over the shoulder and pulled out normally. Like it's the same as light bowgun, effectively, but this is a medium bowgun that I have here. And, yeah, I think I've got all the Pierce that I could ever want. Let's do it. Oh, hello. Monster list. I don't actually have all monsters registered here. I've got a Latreon. I did a few of those, as you can tell. 243. What fun, right? What good fun. 57 gen. And, you know, this was not my first account either. This was a second one that I really tried to... I began working towards getting this to what my original try account was, but the servers disappeared before I could actually take the time to do that, which was a real sad thing. Okay. Look at this beautiful heads-up display. If you want... Again, you might think that the Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate heads-up display is perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that. But it's not until you have a point of comparison that you can truly know whether or not it's good. This is your point of comparison. How much better is this? I'm actually going to lower the brightness of the game a little bit. Just a touch. Again, it always looks either too dark or too bright, no matter what you do. I don't know what it is about this game, but the brightness levels are just wrong. So, it might be best to go to Area 11. I shouldn't have gone this way, this is the long way, but whatever. It's not possible to check the online friends list offline, I don't think. It's one of those things that you just can't access. Which is unfortunate, but... yeah, well, I probably wouldn't be able to do it during the quest anyway, but yeah, it's one of those things you can only access online, which is a real shame, but it is what it is. I'll just do one hunt here and then I'll probably finish it up. I've been live for 4 hours and 37 minutes, fucking hell. This will definitely wrap it up. But I thought I'd just show you where it all came from. You know, this was the first appearance of the deserted island. It did not exist in any game prior to this. Everything that you see in 3 Ultimate, the vast majority of what you saw in 3 Ultimate was based on this game that you're seeing right here. The rest of it was based on Portable Third. Didn't know 3 Ultimate looked this blurry, yeah. It's definitely lower resolution, it's just what it is, unfortunately. Alright, where are you, Laggy? Come on. Are you still here? No, it doesn't look like it. I'm probably going to have a hard time with him here. Cha-Cha is playing a song underwater. That's very nice of you. You know what's crazy? That looks like Lord Zer, almost. Look at that. Actually, no. It looks more like it on my television. But for what you're seeing, it looks like Lord Zer. Pull it out. Fucking hell. Let's go, Laggy, come on. So this set that I'm using here would be perfectly appropriate for a proper high rank quest. I mean, I'd probably be able to solo a high rank quest with this, so this is a bit over the top, but it's good fun. I just want to use my high rank stuff. I couldn't possibly not use my high rank stuff because it's special now. You can't acquire it anymore. No, you don't. Oh, whoops. Fuck that up. No, 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 no. You can see that the aiming system is roughly the same as it is in 3 Ultimate. Looks the same. Ouch. I love PS in Try. It's so good. So clean. But yeah, this is the game that started it all for me in a way. Because while I did start in Freedom Unite, this was the game that I really became a good hunter in. This was the one. It was so good. Oh, he's going to do a follow-up on me. I couldn't avoid that because I had a rock formation in my way. What a strange looking gun though. compared to what most would be used to. It is literally 3 bowguns rolled into one, in a very mishmashed sort of way. The reason why I did that was so that I didn't end up rolling to the right so that I'd get hit by the second attack. Yeah, the icons do move downwards when they're used. That's the sort of attention to detail that you encounter in the Monster Hunter series. It's lovely. It's really good. I wish I could take this character online again, but I can't. It's all over. There is no more online. Try online is something that will only exist in the memories of those who experienced it. It cannot be experienced again. And there's something special about that, but it's also sad. It's a shame. But it is what it is. Keeping in mind, I'm in Moga Free Hunt, so I can take as much time as I need to do this, and doing this will give me some resource points as well. Nothing wrong with that. Get a shot in there. Oh, I don't like this. Ouch. No! You stop that, mister. Just use regular potions. That should be fine. Oh dear. Yeah, that is half stun, that's right. On account of the Thunderblight. You can see, even though I'm using a high rank weapon here, it's not totally ruining the hunt. It's still, you know, a hunt. I'm still here fighting the monster, and it's, I mean, he's probably limping now, admittedly. Just as I said that. Oh no, he's not even limping, see? No problem. No problem. Okay, that's, I'm in front of the Moga hunt log, admittedly. So that's one thing you're missing out on, but Char just killed 3 fish all in one fell swoop, which is pretty aggressive. But, oh dear. Quickly. Get out of the way. I'm trying to get that back if I can. I'd like to get the back. Whew. It's getting closer, if we can. Ah, that's a good opportunity to get the back. No, you don't. A bit too close there. Look at how the oxygen meter appears in this game. It's different to. No, I don't have oxygen up. Just look how long it is in this game without even having oxygen up. It's really interesting. See, that's one thing I'd forgotten. I mean, I just had forgotten how that looked, really. Oh dear. Aimed his attack upward. Well, that's the way it is, Potato. This really is, something that you and I wish that we could go back to, but we cannot. I thought I managed to roll through that, actually. I thought I'd rolled at just the right time, but I apparently did not. Oh dear. Getting comboed pretty hard. Gunning laggy underwater is not the easiest thing to do. Oh, we're swimming off over there. Oh dear. But I have to stress that what you're seeing here is very worthwhile looking at. Even if you didn't play Tri, and even if you don't really care about Tri, these monster models existed for 2 generations of Monster Hunter. It was the same for the whole of 3rd gen and for the whole of 4th gen. The same models that appeared in this game were used for all of those games. In Generations Ultimate, you're looking at the same models. In fact, Laggy in Generations Ultimate is exactly the same as what you're looking at right here. Same model. Unchanged. The resolution is lower, but it's the same model. In every way. So, yeah, it's worth taking note. This was an important game. This was a big step up. I mean, if you compare this to Monster Hunter Freedom Unite, that will help you to realize how important this game was when it came out. Visually, it was a big step up. Big deal. That's a limp. I'd like to break that back if I can. I'd really like to do that. Yeah, I think I was mostly out of critical distance for a lot of that, and... yeah, but that's fine. It's good. We want a decent hunt. You've never had the pleasure to hunt him, but on design alone, Laggy's your favourite monster. Well, how about that? That's good to know. Come on, Laggy. In he comes. Come on, get that back. I really want it. I want it broken. You're gonna die anyway, my friend. Just give it to me. Go away, Ludroth. Right. There we go, there's the back. And my critical distance is going to be a lot better here. But I'm now down to Pierce level 1. You want Laggy to return in Rise? He may very well. He may very well return. I wonder if I should aim for the head. Oh dear. Probably shouldn't have reloaded there. I guess I just don't have to be as careful, do I? It's a bit too close. I won't aim for the head. I don't need that. Well, technically I don't need anything, do I? But what I do plan on doing is actually transferring this save onto PC and playing emulated once... oh, there we go. That's a dead Laggy. Goodbye. I feel bad killing you because I do have an attachment to you, I really do. You were a special hunt in Monster Hunter Tri. You really were. You can notice that they don't actually tell you to press A when you've got a question mark prompt here. But do keep in mind that this was still a step up from having no prompt at all in first and second generation. Alright. So that's 3 Laggy hide. This is of course the, or rather just over here, this is your malachite or mining point, but I do not have pickaxes on me. So it looks like we're going to have to return to village. Is that right? Or will I kill you and... well, let's actually get normal level 2. Do I have normal level 2? Ahaha! Dragon! Dragon shot. As you can see, I'm sitting on 20 dragon shot. This is the one Monster Hunter game where you can hold, I believe, a maximum of 20 dragon shots. They changed it a little bit here. But dragon shot does function in the same way, in that it's a, like a piercing shot. Look at that. Probably not going to work so well with Ludroth, but it's barely doing any damage to him. Look at it. Fucking hell, come on, Ludroth. He doesn't give a shit. He's like, oh, I don't take dragon damage. What are you talking about? This is really funny. Look at him, he doesn't care. Dragon shot is like the ultimate elemental shot of the older games, and this Ludroth doesn't give a damn. He's like the final boss. Oh, now he's dead. Fucking hell. He does not care. Oh, I just love the sound of that disc loading on my Wii. I never would have thought that the sound of a disc loading in my Wii would actually be nostalgic, but it is. Makes me think of Dragon Quest Swords more than it does make me think of Tri, though, for some reason. I think because I've played Dragon Quest Swords recently a lot more than I've played Tri, so I suppose that's why. Well, I ended up giving you guys some Monster Hunter Tri, which is... I wasn't really expecting to do that, but I ended up doing it anyway. As you can see, trade system's still the same here. He goes to... you can request stopovers. It's the same here with this Go CC captain. You can see he doesn't have his sword because he has given me his sword. It is the Kibamaru. which I don't think it's called the Kibamaru here, is it? Or maybe it is. I don't know. But I think it's... what is it? Barbarian Shark, that's right. And even that has a colour to select, apparently. This was the ideal water longsword. Anyway, yeah. I ended up going on a nostalgia trip and taking you with me. Yes, I did end up doing that. Let's go and grab... I mean, I could always demonstrate longsword, couldn't I? What's in the Mocha forecast? Still laggy, because it's still nighttime. Ah. What would be my fire longsword in this game? I guess the Wyvern Blade, wouldn't it? Let's check. It's probably the Wyvern Blade. I guess I could fight another laggy, couldn't I? Wyvern Blade Flare. Oh dear. It's a bit pathetic looking compared to other games, isn't it? But this was your fire longsword. The Wyvern Blade Flare. Let's go convert those resource points. Hunt report, here we go. Oh, that's another 1,000. Pretty good. We've got Sea King Scale. Ancient Skin Oil. Pretty good. Again, I barely did any offline stuff in this particular character. I basically completely finished the offline... What? I've got mega pickaxes. Why didn't it... Oh, I see. I went from my gunner pouch to my blade master pouch. That makes sense. Okay. So I'll go put this stuff away. Hold on. And then I will go and hunt something weak to fire, I guess, which is, yeah, laggy, because I don't really want to pass time again. What would be the next one? Kurapeko? Oh. I can't hunt the same monster again, can I? What would be fun to hunt? You can see how little of the online I've done here. Oh, well, I'm actually this far at least, but I'm definitely far from doing all of the quests. 2 Barioth. One thing that you have to take note of is how great the monster icons are in this game. Look how good they are. They are so rustic, they have this great look to them. Look at Uragan and Agnaktor. Look at that. How good are these icons? I will tell you one thing, and I think you will all agree. The icons never looked better than they did in Tri, before or after. Tri is where the monster icons were at their best. They just don't get better than that. I mean, come on. They're just perfect. Absolutely perfect. It's because they're so detailed. Look how good they are. Look at the Baroth. Look at the Great Jaggy. The Great Jaggy looks amazing. The style is amazing. Look at the Raytheon. Look at the Giganox. I mean, look at all of it. Let's find Giganox. I'm going to do Giganox. Big meat and golden fish brew, let's do it. This is going to be my last quest, then I'll finish up. I think it's time. Been live for almost 5 hours. Fucking hell. I couldn't help myself. Am I going for... Oh god, I got a lot of feline skills there. Shit! Take it easy. Slugger, Foodie, Riser, and Ultra Lucky Cat. Fucking hell. Okay. It's going to take a little while to load this, by the way. Loading times are a bit longer in Tri. It's an older game, you know. This is my longest recording since Twilight Princess? Not really. My longest recordings are like 6 hours long. I mean, Twilight Princess, there are a few long ones there, but... yeah. Take the map. Well, not that. Don't really need that. Oh, I can take the hot drinks. That's good. Did I have hot drinks? I should have had them. Oh, it's looking like I didn't have hot drinks. Well, thank God for that. I wanted to show you Longsword here, because Longsword in this game is absolutely unique, and the reason why is because this was the first time the charge gauge was always a part of Longsword. However, you didn't have the Spirit Slash, like the final Spirit Slash. In other words, there were not multiple levels to the charge gauge. And you can see I have auto tracker on this set. which was one nice thing about the manga. Can you fuck off? Like, what have I done to you? This Popo is like, get out of my territory. What an asshole. I've never, I mean, I didn't do a thing. I did not lay a hand on that Popo. And he wants me dead. Oh, this is a bit too dark, isn't it? Again, this game is either too bright or too dark. I'm going to raise the brightness for you. That should be a bit better. Even that's really dark, isn't it? That's probably good enough, though. I don't want it too bright. I don't want to ruin the colours totally. Okay, so... No, don't drink another hot drink. Stop that. Anyway. So, longsword in this game works differently because when you use your Spirit Slash, it does not actually reduce the charge gauge if you have it charged all the way up. Keeping in mind this is Giganox's first appearance in the series. He was a tri-monster. Directional Fade Slash is also a new part of this game. Watch this. Watch me do a longsword combo. Watch that charge gauge. Okay. So after all of that, I'm still at full. And now we're at white. Okay, what happens after that? The point is, as you can tell, you do not lose your charge gauge at all. This is why Longsword in Tri gave rise to Longsword Larry. These are people who just... Oh dear, I couldn't avoid that. These are people who do nothing but, you know, use the Spirit combo on the Longsword, and that's really not their fault because that's the way you played Longsword in Tri. You just used your Spirit combo. That's all you needed to do because that was the best way to play it. You can see that it starts to reduce over time, or rather, you know, my charge starts to disappear over time when I stop attacking. But the point is that if you're... Oh no, I can't avoid this. It's really dark, isn't it? I mean, this is with brightness boosted. Come on. There we go. That's just an egg. Again, straight into the greatsword, or not the greatsword, longsword combo. Not a problem at all. I can't avoid that. Fucking hell. Let's actually try to get out of it this time. Got out of it. Oh, God, that was a bit rough. Okay, let's sharpen up. I've only got 3 whetstones. What the fuck? No, don't touch me. Stop it. Well, I won't sharpen up then. Let's heal on up. Get ourselves up here, and then we can do our Spirit combo without issue. Get straight up to red. Keeping in mind that this is the first time you ever had multi-leveled Spirit combos in the series. And this is how they decided to do it. It was ridiculous. I don't know how they didn't have the foresight to realize that this was going to be a terrible idea. But they didn't. And so Longsword ended up dominating the online play of Tri, at least among the less skilled players. It was a bloody mess. Here we go. Flinch him. God damn it. I do not have raw resistance on this set, obviously. But this is the point, you could just keep going forever. You don't have to worry at all. This is why I call... what's it called again? It's... that fucking Hunter art from... Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. I call it Tri Longsword because it's exactly the same. I don't know how I've managed to forget it. It must be because I haven't played Generations Ultimate recently, but they brought back Tri Longsword in the form of a Hunter art. And it's ridiculous. So I do hope when I mention things relating to Tri, you can actually see what I'm talking about. Because this is it. This is Monster Hunter Tri. This is the game. Exactly as it was. Just many years later. The more of this game I watch and remember, the more annoyed I get at 5th gen. Well, there you go. Unhinged Spirit, there you go. Thank you, N10. So, Unhinged Spirit is Tri Longsword, basically. And it basically makes it so that you just remain at full charge the whole time, and you can just keep spirit comboing the whole way through. Like, I don't even have to make contact with anything, and I can just keep spirit comboing the whole time without issue. No problem. Let's just keep doing it. Yeah. Off we go. Now, needless to say, this was totally broken online. And, well, whether you were online or not, but it was well and truly broken. So, yeah. Capcom learnt pretty quickly that that was a bad idea, as you can imagine. Here's our reward screen. Just take it all. I'm not really lacking in space in this game. Alright. Now, there's no saving after this, so I think you do have to manually save at the bed. So I will do that. But yeah, I'm going to keep this character. I'm going to use this for emulation in the future. Provided they do allow for some sort of online play. And on top of that, allow for a return to Locklack. I've been told people have been working on it for a while, so that will happen in the future, but there you go. I think that's going to conclude this live stream, guys. I've been going for 5 hours and 2 minutes, yeah. So that's going to be good enough. I just wanted to do a bit of Tri there. I thought that would be good fun. Thought you would enjoy that. Gives you a sense of perspective, allows you to appreciate the way 3 Ultimate looks visually. And you can also see just how similar 3 Ultimate is to Tri. It is indeed the G-rank version of Tri in many ways. But, yeah. Absolutely, Potato. But, yeah, I do thank you all for watching, and I will see you next time I'm live. It will be in 3 Ultimate, not in Tri. Tri is just something I'll jump on to every now and again, just for fun. But, yeah, I'll see you all next time, and thank you for joining me. Yeah, Polio, look. You joined at the worst time, man. You joined at the worst time. I just finished with Tri. Like, look at me. I'm in Tri. Monster Hunter fucking Tri. Look at it. Look at it all. Take it all in. I'll take you back to main menu. Or start menu. Let's go to start menu. And I'll finish on the old... I'll finish on my character. But, yeah, this is the character that I used to play back on back when the servers were still around. This was my second character, but line my character onto my Wiimote. No, I'll pass on that one. This was the this is the character that I used. It's my second character, and I was there until the end of the online on this character. But anyway, I thank you all for watching, and I'll see you next time. And it's unfortunate that Polio has just tuned in 5 hours into the live stream to see me on Tri, but I do thank you all for being here, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.